break it, fix it, and run it again, pushing the limits of what's possible with the resources available. We built racing radios on these same values. As a 2020 Champ Car sponsor, Racing Radios will provide our experienced support team and trailer at select Champ Car events throughout the year. Free gear and exclusive discounts for the winners of the Racing Radios 14 Hours of Charlotte event. And most importantly, 15% off orders for all Champ Car teams. It's time to kick off 2020 right. Build it, bring it, race it, get out there and go racing. Visit racingradios.com and click on the Champ Car registration button to get your 2020 team discount code.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live. Oh, man.
What's got you tickled?
The camera's going to go in somebody else's car, and I can't wait.
Did he sacrifice something over it or anything? I mean...
Just can't wait to see what happens. Anyway, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, everybody. We got Pinky's out leading with NLS in second. Glazin Confused is third. Damson Racing is fourth. And 7G Motorsports is fifth as they cross the start-finish line, turning in a 122 on that last lap, which is pretty much in step with first and third place right now. So the front of this field running very similar lap times. I don't see anybody, drastically reeling anybody in. Burke in 60 seconds just turned into 120. Pretty stout lap time. They're down in 10th, but that's in that Mustang, and I'm sure they're seeing some frequent pit stops with that V8 engine.
Yeah, you'd think that would be kind of hard to overcome. I've seen a lot of the top 10 stay in the top 10. So we're going to have to tell, ridiculous stories or something.
We can make up stuff.
Yeah, thank you.
That would not be beyond us to do that.
No, I mean, most of these teams we see in the top 10, they're no surprise. They've been in the top 10s before.
I don't remember 7G Motorsports, the Mercedes.
Oh, I do.
Refresh my memory.
I do. We've seen them several times. Low bar racing, they're doing fairly well, up in 6th place.
Mm-hmm.
The only one I don't really recognize is Elite Motors Racing.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
don't remember them so much.
Yeah, I don't either.
But, you get a good finish, we start to recognize your names. I mean,
Yeah.
over 700 teams. So if we slight you by not recognizing your name, give us a little bit of a break here.
Yeah, just tell us a little bit about yourself. We'd be happy to
NOS, off track. Agricultural work here.
They're not going to have to cut this grass for a while.
Oh, I think he's cut the engine. I think they've lost the engine in this car.
See
There's a
smoke
lot of
coming in
smoke
for the right
in the
side,
cabin.
Yeah.
NLS Racing. Oh, no. What has happened?
Second place, and now they're...
And he's dropped the net in the car.
He must be fearful that there might be some...
Yeah, he's
fire.
disconnecting.
I think he's a little scared there's fire there.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
So NLS Racing is pulled off the racetrack. They are in the grass, well off the track, but, well...
Before that, when I made the pass around him, I don't know what happened.
He's saying, I don't know what happened. I made a pass and
Something let go.
something happened. There's a lot of smoke inside the car. So NLS Racing, that was on such a charge today, was in second place. They've pulled off the racetrack with that machine and killed the engine.
I mean, maybe the top 5 is more of a cause of death than the camera.
Well, this race takes its toll on these cars, Tiffany, because of these hard pulls up those steep hills.
Yeah.
That's hard on an engine, especially that long side straight. That basically their front stretch that they wind all the way down that 4,000-foot stretch, and then it goes uphill steeply. That's Daytona type stuff. That's hard on an engine.
So is it even harder when they do the full course and they, because you have, even more of that front straightaway?
It's hard. I'm not an engineer. I just know that's one of those things. And then you think about it. They're on it hard going up to 1, then they cycle back down, and then they do it again going up to 5. It's not quite as long. But that is there's a lot of load. When you put that kind of load on an engine at those revs, that's hard on an engine.
Gotcha. High revs and going uphill and high load.
The loads.
Well, face it, everything we do to these cars is pretty hard on them and outside of their normal comfort level.
I mean, truly. I mean, to ask some of these cars, a 90s model car, to go 12 hours at race, speed is kind of ridiculous when you think about it. But
Well, it's certainly foolish.
Yes, sir.
140 has the new camera.
Got it. Thanks for doing that. This is Low Bar Racing, folks. As they are.
he put somebody in the top 10.
I have news about NLS.
Okay.
So they lost oil pressure on the car as they went into the turn, and so he pulled it off the track, shut it off. That's the oil, or the smoke you might have seen might have been oil from something letting go.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for passing that along as you learned that. Appreciate that. The driver is loose and getting ready to be pulled in. Not sure what he's going for here.
I'm glad there's no fire. That's much better. Otherwise he should be buckled up though.
Yeah, I think he was worried there for a few seconds, so.
And I totally understand that.
Looks like he's searching for something. I'm not sure if the belt has slipped down out of the way. He wants to put it back on. I'm not sure what the story is. We're still, we're showing we're full course caution. So we've gone full course caution here, folks.
He unplugged something from his helmet pretty quickly on,
I wonder if it was his comm and he's trying to
yes, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was wondering.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Absolutely. He was feeling his comms
So
hook up
he
there.
could talk to his
So he
team.
could talk to his team, let them know with something. So a lot of us drivers and teams in Champ Car endurance racing, we use a communication system, a radio system, and there's a cable that plugs in to our headset and our microphone that's all in our helmet. And it's just a one cable deal that hooks you up into the car. So once he came to a stop, he pulled that plug out, and that would disconnect that. He did that thinking probably I need to bail out of the car if this catches on fire. And he didn't want to get leashed by that cable. And then when he went back to try and find it, he couldn't find where it went.
And I mean, if it, it's been wet here, but like in Virginia, I think Bill said it's pretty dry there. So, you have to kind of think what's going on with the car.
Well, we've seen all the dust when people go off. So
exactly. So the grass is dry. So, there's always that fear too that it could catch the grass on fire.
Looks like the crews are picking up some other debris that's on the racetrack in that area while they're bringing him in. Go ahead, Bill.
Well, yeah, pit lane is pretty busy here. The 233 car looks like they're changing brake pads on the car.
Hey, Bill. Can you turn your mic up a little bit? We're having a little trouble.
Make up your mind, man. Is that better?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Make sure I got all my.
I think you got the right microphone. It's just kind of low for some reason.
No, I didn't. I'm controlling the volume here. Sorry. The 153 is in. They're putting fuel in. 600 is in, putting fuel in, and a new driver. The Mercury, Freddie Mercury, the 460 Capri, they're putting fuel in their car now. They've got the trunk lid open, dumping fuel in by the gallons. 531 is in. They're waiting for their timer to expire, and it looks like another BMW, and the orange Honda Integra is in as well.
Honda Integra.
They're back out now, or they were out, and then they just came back in. As NLS is being dragged down the pit lane, their team is picking up their computers, cleaning stuff up, so it looks like their weekend's done. They're done, Andrea says.
Too bad.
Yeah.
They're having a great run.
Yeah, and they've come so close at this track for so many times. Actually, not just this track, but a bunch of tracks.
Road Atlanta, certainly.
Yep.
And that gives pinkies out, especially that swap car, like that gives them a nice cushy lead, nobody else is really super close to them.
Well, that means he can let off a bit, because they were really concerned if they could make the fuel loads, the stints on the fuel they have. So if they're being pushed, they would really have to pick it up. Now they're not being pushed. So
right.
No, they've got several laps.
Yeah, they're 4 laps
ahead. 4 laps ahead.
Mm-hmm. That should take some of the pressure off.
Bliss Racing, they're up on the wall, getting ready to jump over and dump in 8 cans of fuel into their car.
Approximately 100 gallons.
Only.
Yeah, approximately 8 cans. There you go.
Of race fuel.
They're getting ready. Of 120 octane fuel.
Yeah.
Because that's the way they roll.
Heck yeah.
They've got 3 cans of regular unleaded. Remember, they've got an early 80s Camaro. So, it only uses, 86 octane?
We run high test.
They run high test, which is 89? Yeah.
And NLS is just so distraught. They can't believe that this has happened to them. You see the driver has just put his hands up in disgust. He put his hands on his helmet like, I just can't believe it.
So, Bliss Racing said they use about 10 gallons per hour. That's a lot of fuel.
Wow. So we'll use my saying, there's nothing like racing to teach you about dealing with disappointment.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, I've never been as disappointed as I have at a racetrack, especially not as frequently.
Sounds like my wife.
That's just in you, Bill.
Oh, I can imagine Amy deals with disappointment every day.
I should offer her free therapy. Just as a consolation, you know.
I
She's
told
a
you the
very
first time
patient
I
woman.
met Amy, right? She was working the gate at Daytona, and I recognized us. We had been friends on Facebook for a little while. And I jumped out of the truck, ran up to her and hugged her and said, "I'm so sorry."
You're so
Yes,
mean.
I had to hear about that all the way home. Thank God.
Of course, my husband gets some of those too. He'll be like, "Oh, you married a redhead. I'm so sorry."
Said, why does everybody know me? Oh, we just had some contact. It looks like Simon Says and Porsche actually got together as they went into turn into Oak Tree. Simon Says had to take the short way around Oak Tree, which was this way. I don't know who did it, but
Well, Bill, if you want to pull the camera out of the NLS machine, that would be good. And I don't think they're too deep in the paddock. It looks like they just pulled them. It's kind of easy to get to. I don't know how deep the paddock is at VIR on that
It's
side.
not very deep.
Yeah. It's
Okay,
not,
that's
not
good.
that side at least. The other side is much larger.
Got it.
Oh yeah, the main course, yeah.
Yep. That one's pretty, you can make your way around pretty easy.
Then again, 50 cars fills it up quite a bit.
Yeah, it's packed. Yeah.
Started the race with some 50 cars today, and I'm just going to mute you here for a second, Bill. There's a lot of scratchy feedback thing going on there, just so you know. So you can come back in when you've got something there. And, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Pinky's out, your leader. Up over Glazed and Confused and Damson Racing.
Just going by their sister car there,
Yeah.
the 146.
Now let's see if he drops his times down and tries to drive within what he thinks can make a stint, a little bit more conservative pace, or if it's going to be like our buddy Roger, who tries to do that and then he still goes off and burns the wheels off the car.
He's dropped it a little bit. 123 is his last lap. 123.991. So
Roger always tells us he didn't know how to go that slow. He didn't know how to back it off. He says, "Well, you're driving one speed." He really doesn't.
Looks like Bliss Racing back in the pits. And looks like the driver's hopping out, so probably a standard pit stop for them. Yep, new driver getting in. And here's Low Bar. Low Bar Racing finds himself in 8th place right now.
I feel like we should bless the camera in the car. Hopefully they've got all the bad juju out of it by now.
Right. So your standings right now, and officially you've got Pinky's out leading with Glazed and Confused in 2nd. Damson Racing is 3rd. 7G Motorsport is 4th. Then you've got Simon Says in 5th. Pinky's out, number 146 in 6th place. NLS Racing has retired their car, but they're scored in 7th currently. Low Bar Racing shown in 8th. Then it's Elite Motors Racing. Sparrow Speed and Broken 60 Seconds is 11th. So all those guys are going to move up one spot after NLS cycles out from 7th place. Tough morning or tough afternoon there for NLS and RBA Graphics and Wraps, two teams that are pretty strong in the series. Bill, I got to mute you again, man. There's just a lot of scratchy something or other coming over the feed.
He's probably walking around because he's trying to go somewhere. I don't know.
Right. Could be.
probably trying to find ice cream.
Maybe trying to find coffee. after Road Atlanta, and it was chilly in there, and we never could get any coffee, you know, I was thinking, well, I have an extra Keurig. So I think next time I just bring the Keurig, I set it up wherever we are. Just bring
Wait,
the
extra?
cups. Yeah. Like I have one that I don't use, like hardly ever. At home, if I'm at home, I'm just going to make a pot of real coffee, as I call it.
Hello, bring it to NCM.
Right? We may need that.
So just a quick recap of what's happened so far today in the race. Started off with Hound Dogs losing a transmission very early. Then there was contact with Bimmerline and Pinky's Out in the number 246 car that pushed the Pinky's Out car off the racetrack, but they were able to get back on. But there was some real damage to the back of the Pinky's car and the Bimmerline car. Then also very early on, we had Huge Ass with mechanical issues. They were chasing a fuel delivery problem. And then there was contact on track for RVA, Graphics and Wraps, and back in turn number 8. That sent them off the racetrack. They were able to get back on the track and get back to the pits, but there was some significant suspension damage to the back of that car, and they have not returned to the track yet, as I understand it. And then we had Skidmark Racing, black flagged from the lead for contact. Pinky's at 10:45 was now leading with the 246 car, but then they were also black flagged for contact. Then at 11:20, it was Glazed and Confused that took the lead. And we had at 1:10, we had the NCS car made contact with the Bimmerline car, and that caused the Bimmerline car to roll right in front of us. We got to see that whole thing on camera unfold. And then Pinky's Out took the lead at 1:35. Damson took the lead at 3 o'clock. 3:30, Pinky's retook the lead. And at 4:12, NLS Racing lost an oil line, and they're saying that they're done. I imagine they damaged the engine in that process. So that brings you up to where we are currently.
So Andrew Sides over on our YouTube feed. If y'all don't know Andrew is the husband of Jackie Sides, who is often our pace car driver. But he was saying the 7G team and the Mercedes, if that's a black and orange team, their car is indeed painted black and orange. It's a father-son team, and the father was a NASCAR engineer. So,
Oh, neat.
there you have it. NASCAR, of course, being very popular for Mercedes. Just kidding. That's Formula One.
Right. I was like, what? I don't watch much NASCAR, but I don't think
No, not Mercedes.
I think he's messing with me. Yeah.
On board with your leader here.
So thanks for that information, Andrew.
Yeah.
Andrew's been working on our car quite a bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Andrew's
Cool.
somewhat of an electrical kind of genius guy.
Really?
So he came and stripped the wiring harness out. And he's been working on it. Just put it back in the car this week, and he's helping us with the race capture because that's the same system that Running Bulls runs. So he's been helping us with that.
Cool.
That's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, Andrew's a pretty smart guy.
What's he doing in racing then?
I have no earthly idea. I think his wife drug him into it.
Okay. I was going to say, because that
she likes
always
to go
calls
Andrew's
your
actually a
intelligence.
very fast driver too. So
Cool. Is he going to drive with you this year?
no, he's with Running Bulls.
Pretty much Running Bulls. Okay.
Yeah, they'll be pitted with us. I don't know. Have you met Andrew, Paulie?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I thought you had.
Yeah.
So we'll be pitted with them in a couple of weeks.
I think the last time I talked to Andrew was at Barber last year.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I could see that happening. Nice guy.
Mhm.
Very smart.
Again, why he's in
Him and
motorsports.
Him and Matt start talking, they can lose me in a heartbeat. They might as well be speaking Japanese. Or,
He may be intelligent, but if he's in motorsports, his judgment is in question.
yes, truly.
And look at who he hangs out with. Come on now.
Well, I mean, Jackie's nice.
Oh, yeah. Well, I wasn't talking about Jackie. Talking about some
that
of
whole
us.
Bull's suspect.
And it looks like Bliss Racing has pulled their Camaro behind the wall as well. So another camera car goes down.
Oh, maybe the Mojo moved along. I gotta hush. I'm gonna hush now.
We'll all hush. We'll go to commercial break and we'll be back here in a couple of minutes, folks. It's 4:30. We've got 293 laps led with Pinky, or run completed already, with Pinky's out leading the race. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be back in just a few short minutes. It's Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Back in a minute.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to Virginia International Raceway, the 12 hours of VIR on the South Course here at VIR. It's ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, and Tiffany Alexander, as we're counting down 12 hours of continuous endurance road racing here in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Welcome.
So Thomas McConnell is asking, what happened to the leaderboard? Only showing the top 10 now.
Well,
here's the story.
Go ahead.
We're having problems.
There you go. Hey, speaking of problems,
Apparently it's just me, though, but no.
car number 432, Bliss Racing, the exhaust manifold to the downpipe on the V8 header flange. It's not a header, it's a manifold. The flange bolts came loose, so they're putting new bolts in and tightening it all down. It's just going to take a minute or two. Whenever they hit the curbing, it loosens things up.
Yeah, and that's kind of hot in that area. So
if I was the team captain, I would say stop hitting the damn curbing.
Yep. Well, that's no fun.
So, Thomas, going back to your question, the application that we use for the pylon, the custom pylon that cycles, there's something wrong with it. So it's not updating. So it's stuck on lap 246, and they're not able to fix it. So as a result, this is a race monitor screen grab. So if you go to Race Monitor, either get their app in the App Store or go out to the website, race-monitor.com. You can look at all the timing and scoring and follow along with your favorite teams that way. So hopefully that's helpful to you. But every once in a while, we have trouble with them, and Race Control, they'll usually work with me to get them fixed, but I don't know what's going on. Somebody's telling somebody else that it's not broken, and it's clearly broken, and so I don't know.
Well, I'm down here at the NLS car looking at a nice little hole in the side of the block that probably wasn't there a lap ago.
Yeah.
So they'll get that engine fixed and back out. Not today, though, unfortunately. But they'll be back. They always are.
All right. Thanks for looking at that.
So Pinky's out. You can see he's just kind of maintaining his space behind Simon Says here. Before he was able to get around him after a couple of laps of working on him, but here he seems content to follow him along.
Mm-hmm.
There's no need to press the issue, yeah.
No, especially if he's trying to make a fuel window.
Right.
And he's leading.
And he's leading by 4 laps, so.
Yeah.
That probably helps him to, keep that pace too if he stays behind him.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fast car. It's driven well. Mm-hmm. So it's not like, if you just don't if you follow him, he's not going to do anything stupid.
Right.
He may do some silly, but won't do anything stupid. Because my guys are always saying, I tell them, look, stick behind a car, if you need to learn the track or something like that. This is when we first started out. I said, just find a car you're comfortable following. I said, and you can learn the track that way. You don't want to follow anybody that doesn't know the track, because if they make a mistake, guess what? You're making the same mistake with them.
So thanks and welcome, everyone, to the broadcast here of the 12 hours of VIR here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. ChampCar.Live is made by racers for racers. We're not professionally trained broadcasters or anything like that. We're just doing the best we can with what we got.
What?
I took one of those courses online,
Did I blow it? Oh, the secret's out.
Bottom of the Cracker Jacks box.
The secret's out. Oh, except for Bill, of course. He's fully qualified.
Sure.
Because I took that online course.
You were late to a meeting, Bill.
Well, that too. All right. I'm going to step away because I'm going to get my dinner.
Wait a minute.
You guys-
Wait a
dinner
minute. You're going to
breaks,
step
right?
away? When did you step in?
Breaks.
You get 4
well,
minutes while the commercial comes. Yeah.
They said the talent on site gets 3 breaks a day.
The talent. Well,
When
Studio
do we get
talent.
talent on site?
Studio talent doesn't get breaks.
what have you really done? We've got the
talented.
camera. What about the camera for
Putting cameras in
NLS?
cars that keep breaking. That's what I keep doing. All
That's
right,
the
guys. I'll be
talent.
back in a couple of minutes.
NLS camera. No, wait. Jesus, take the wheel. All right. All right.
I'm gonna cry a little. Oh.
I am.
So at least Bliss Racing is back on the racetrack. So congratulations to those guys.
Oh.
You might have to keep that one going.
Yeah.
That might be your new saying, Polly.
I think that would
That
be
was beautiful.
I'm sorry if you're one of our listeners. You have to understand what goes on before the race.
Yeah, that's true. It is entertaining to say the least. It's
To say the least. I try to
different.
keep quiet.
It's different. It is different. On board with the leader here. We lost the camera in the Aero car, so we don't have that to bring to you now. That's their cameras, so I don't have any control over that. But so we've been talking about Pinky's out in the swap car. They've put themselves in a really great position. You know, it's interesting. They won the 24-hour race by several laps as well last year. So they really
And that was not in the 246.
right. Well, wait a minute. It
Or was it?
Yeah, it was in the orange car. Yeah.
Okay, it was the orange car.
But
All right.
but that's how they're able to get so many laps up on the field. And when you look at their lap times, they're not crushing everybody. They just ran a
but they're
123.
very consistent.
And obviously they're going the distance on their fuel stops. So that's
Clean
how
pit
they're able to
stops.
get all of that. So it's pretty amazing.
Well, I mean, Pinky's out. I mean, that's one of the teams you watch, simply just to watch them in action. They don't shoot themselves in the foot.
Right.
You know, their pit stops are very coordinated.
They've been doing this a while.
Yeah.
This is their home course. Yeah. And let's see. And the swap car is a little faster than the Aero car, I guess. So is that the newer build?
Yeah, the swap is the newer
Swap is-
one.
That's what I
yeah.
was thinking.
And
What
that-
is the green car in front of Damson Racing?
Oh my gosh.
Don't know that one, Margaret.
Damson Racing. It's
Oh, she
green.
must be watching their feed.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. If Damson has a feed, I'll take a link to it because I'm low on cameras and I'd be
Yeah,
happy
Margaret,
to bring it
send
in.
us a link.
Bill's obviously not going to help.
No.
He's busy helping Jesus.
He's going to get some food.
He's like, dinner time, bye.
Yeah, if we got Damson Racing.
Yeah, stop unmuting yourself if you're going to be eating.
Well, the one in front of Damson's, the green car, is a Porsche Boxster.
Oh,
Not one though, but it's a Porsche Boxster.
okay. Yeah, I don't know what that. I gotta mute that. That's driving me crazy. I don't know what that car number is, but I know which one he's referring to.
Yeah, I don't have the colors laced into our entry list, so.
Did we time out on YouTube yet? Because mine says the connection to the server timed out. I'm just wondering if it's my phone. Well, it came back.
Shouldn't time out at all.
Okay.
I've switched. I'm doing a simultaneous stream up to our channel, but it's hidden. This is for display later. I'll send those public later.
I mean, yeah, genius.
So you shouldn't see any timeout unless you're losing a connection.
Our Wi-Fi here has been kind of coming and going today and yesterday, so I don't know. Maybe it's underwater.
Technology, isn't it great?
Mm-hmm.
I'll say.
It's fantastic until it doesn't work.
Yeah. So yeah, Margaret, if you can send me a link to the feed for Damson Racing, I would enjoy having that. That would be great, and you can just email it to me. I don't think
Number
you can.
42 is the green car.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Bill. You can send it to me at paul.veltum@champcar.org. Bill, I got
No Panic Boxster.
I'm sorry, I have to keep muting you, Bill. There's like a lot of scratchiness on your mic for some reason when it's not. I don't know what's going on.
It's like timed.
I don't know.
Let's see.
Yeah. So if you can email a link to that, Margaret, if you know how to do that, that would be great. If not, no problem. All right. So we've got, 4 hours?
It's in your best interest to help us.
I'll just say pretty, please.
4 hours and 15 minutes remaining in
What's the magic
the race.
word?
And,
now.
As we look out at our track cam here at the front straightaway, as the cars head down past the start-finish line, the flags stand there and head up the hill to turn number 1. They go on board with Bliss Racing. As I said earlier, they're back on the racetrack after having fixed their exhaust issue. Back on board with the Pinkies Out swap team. You know, what does it take to go racing in this sport? What does it take to go racing in Champ Car? Because really, Champ Car is much easier to go racing in than any of the other venues that are out there because it's really tailored for that entry level. It's tailored for those that even haven't raced ever before to be able to get in the most painless way possible to get in and go racing wheel to wheel. And so maybe one of the easiest ways to go racing would be through renting seat time with another team. So we have these arrive and drive teams, as it's called. You can check that out on the ChampCar.org website and get connected with them and go racing. Yes, you're going to have some investment in your fire suppressions, your fire suit, helmet, gloves, shoes, all that stuff, but you can rent that stuff from some organizations actually rent that out. But it'd be in your best interest, obviously, to buy your own if you're going to continue on with it. And so your costs can be fairly low, really. I think just about anybody should be able to feel as though they can participate. You might have $1,200 in a weekend or $1,400 in a weekend, something like that, depending on which team you go with.
Yeah, I mean, the seats get more expensive the more reliable the car is and the more podium capable it is.
Yeah, the venue plays a role because that's going to cause the team the ownership's going to have a higher investment. A place like Indy is going to be more expensive than Gingerman.
Right.
Yep. So that's something to think about.
Yep.
I don't know that you even want to aim for a high-level team when you're just getting started. You probably just want to get in with a team that's just looking for an extra driver, and
what you really want, if you're just getting into this, is you want seat time,
right?
So
you need seat time.
One of the faster cars pointing into the stick, a little bit more risk that the car is going to fall out because it's going to be pushed harder. So, look for a team that's got a consistent finishing record.
Yeah, one way to go about doing that is you can go to the forums, you can go to Champ Car Garage, you can say, hey, look, I'm a new guy and I'm looking for a team to connect with that's looking for a driver for such and such race, right?
And I know that there are one or two spots left on one of those arrive and drive teams for NCM coming up in 2 weeks.
I know E-Racing is looking for another.
We had somebody fall out at the last minute, yeah.
So there you go. There are opportunities out there, And a team like E-Racing would be a great place to get started because they serve fantastic food.
Nothing else.
The hospitality is impeccable.
Yes, absolutely.
But Elon
it's a
puts
great
a good
group
car
of guys
together.
and gals, including our own Tiffany Alexander.
Yes, Tiffany will be on the
drive
team, who also does quite a bit of racing instruction. Like, you go out onto the racetrack, you're in the car, she's next to you and shows you the way around the track and gives you those tips and things to keep yourself out of trouble and to really enjoy yourself. And that's the key, is to have fun. So if you're concerned that you're not going to enjoy yourself, you're just going to be stressed out, then maybe you need to get some instruction first before you head out there.
I'm trying to remember, NCM's got a test day, and I'm trying to remember, do they allow a passenger seat at the time?
I think so, but I talked to Elon. I don't think they have a passenger seat to put in, or the way they've mounted the battery or something is in the way, maybe.
Right. Okay.
Because we were going to try to do that at Sebring when I was down there.
Right. Because I know we've talked about it because we've got several seats.
Yeah, in the Lexus, in the Hubs car, they've kind of made it that way because they also use it for like HPDEs as well.
Right.
So they have a place they can kind of get a seat in and out. And then my Boxster, I have a passenger seat that stays in there.
Oh, well,
so I can take people out.
You're an instructor.
Right. So I can have them ride with me. Yeah.
I mean, people could ride with me to see what not to do. If nothing else, I can serve as a bad example.
Well, people learn in all different kinds of ways. Some people, you kind of can talk them through a turn or a course and, they kind of get it. Or sometimes it's better to draw it on a map, or they see it and you're kind of with hand signals. Maybe you're telling them, and, we have headsets so you can hear each other well inside the car. You can do it that way. And some of them, they really do better if they can sit inside the car and feel and see where they need to be and how they need to get there. So you just you try to give them, I always try to figure out what kind of learner they are, what works the best, and then work off of that model.
Some people, you just want to give them enough rope to hang themselves.
Well, as long as they're in their car by themselves. Yes. And one time I was working with this guy, and I ended up, he needed to see, hear everything, right? So we put him in his car, but in his passenger seat, I had someone I knew well drive his car for him, and they followed me. So he could see me make the turn in, and then they would make the turn in, and that all of a sudden connected the dots.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that idea. That's a great idea. Nice little.
So I've driven people's cars, all kinds of things, all kinds of different cars.
I've driven people mostly crazy, but
yeah, I was going to say I've driven Bill about half batty most of the time. So
Bill was
he deserves
batty when he started. You didn't do anything to him that wasn't already done, Polly.
You have to look out where it started. Yeah,
exactly.
Consider the source where it's going. I got you. Oh man.
Plus, he's willing to dish out anything we can throw at him.
Ooh, little tire lock up there from low bar. Heading into 8. Gets it through 9.
And if anybody had any questions or just wants to bounce ideas off of people, you can always, you can send an email to the board. It's board@ChampCar.org. You can send it to me or Doc. You can go on the Facebook page and post, and there's also like the Champ Car Garage. There's the forum. There's lots of different ways to get in touch with people and start asking the questions that you need.
Yep. And if you want to start live streaming from inside your car and you need some help there, you can send me an email. I'll be happy to help you to the very extent of my understanding.
If you can get through to Paulie while Kate's talking to him.
Yeah. Call Paulie for the technical stuff.
We'll do. We're here to help you, and we'll do everything we can to help you. And if we don't know the answer, we'll point you in the direction of somebody help you out. I get a lot of people that ask questions on our YouTube, or not our YouTube, our Facebook channel. They'll message like our Facebook. That's really not a great way to go about it. The best thing to do is to search through the web website and send an email to the appropriate department, because typically it's just me or that sees that, and it's like, I'm the media guy. I'm not really. Most of the people that send queries to our Facebook channel, they're actually looking for rule information, things like that. So just
So we just pass you off.
Well, pretty much. I can't help most of the people with those questions. I have to pass them to tech, or there's a form now that Jay has been sending people to fill out that tech form for questions. So
the help desk on the website.
Yeah, so if you have those technical questions, we had a gentleman asking us about his roll cage. I'm putting a car together for Daytona. I want to make sure my roll cage is going to be compliant. And, I can't help you with that, but I can tell you, you need to get a hold of tech, and they can help. They will help you with it.
Yeah.
But just know that on a Monday after a double header at a racetrack, they may not be on top of it at 9 o'clock in the morning.
They may be still transitioning.
Chances are they're driving back home.
They're driving back home.
Flying back home, yeah.
And a lot of the guys even the guys that work in Champ Car, most of them also have, real jobs. And so there's a lot going on there when you come back on a Monday. But they'll help you out. They'll help you out. Well, yeah, because you're kind of hungover from the race weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And just keeping, not making excuses, but just keeping in the back of your mind, we've got well over 4,000 members. There's well over 700 cars that compete in our series. So it's we're a bit outnumbered.
Yeah.
Well, that's true, yeah.
But we'll still help you if you want to get involved and you don't know where to start. We can point you in the right direction, where to read, who to talk to, that sort of thing.
Yep.
The forum has a ton of information and people who have lots of time on their hands.
And lots of opinions, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, the forum's
take it with a grain of salt, but
the forum's a great place to strike up conversation.
Absolutely.
But to get, if you want to get some of that, the technical stuff, like the roll cage, for instance, probably want to get it right from the source rather than going through the forum. The forum isn't that closely monitored by the officials. It's just kind of...
Most of us, in fact, have given up on it.
Yeah, so it's just kind of like a bar. It's like a hanging out place.
Right, where people talk crap.
Lots of lies.
Lies, random delusions, and half-truths. Yeah, it's kind of like a bar without the alcohol, which is pretty pointless.
I don't know.
That pretty much describes the forum to a T. Looks like Pinky's out coming into the pits. Your leader in the pits now. Hops into their pit stall just past pit in.
He made his time. He'll be able to get out and have to do one more stop for this race.
Working out very well.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. For those guys, they just have to keep doing what they've been doing and stay out of trouble.
So at 312 laps, turned by the leader, you've got Pinky's out leading with Damson Racing in second place. Glazed and Confused is third. Then it's Simon Says in fourth. Pinky's out, Arrow the number 146 in fifth. Then it's Low Bar Racing, 7G Motorsport, Elite Motorsports Racing, Sparrow Speed, and Broken 60 Seconds in 10th place. Skid mark there lurking about in 11th place, the car that led the race earlier, as the Pinky's Out swap team, who's up about 2 laps on the field right now, they are doing a driver change. They're going to put fuel in that car and get that car back out onto the racetrack as they're vying for a win here today at Virginia International Raceway. Back
so
on board with
Margaret, I don't know if you saw this note, but Margaret said she sent that.
Oh, did she?
The link to you.
Oh, thanks,
Molly.
Margaret. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that. I'll head out and take a look for that.
We very much appreciate it.
Always depend upon the kindness of strangers.
I love Doc's Georgia voice.
Sorry, that's my Tennessee Williams voice,
Okay, Tennessee Williams.
which is quintessential Southern. I'll try and put in some Flannery O'Connor, too, at some point. That's where lies, slanted delusions, and half-truths come from. It's Tennessee Williams.
Gotcha. I'll try not to need subtitles. Ever watch that? Some of those shows in Louisiana, you know, and I don't know how the rest of the world understands what they're saying.
Well, the best, the joke last season was the best joke in college football was the Ed Ogeron, the coach of LSU, versus closed captioning. The battle there.
I've thought about doing one of those bad lip readings from our interviews, but I thought it'd just make people mad, so I decided not to do it. But I was very tempted to do a bad lip reading on pit lane interviews during the for the impound.
Right.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't go over very well.
Oh, the possibilities are endless.
They are.
There.
That could be quite funny.
Yeah, it's like somebody else's expense. Yeah.
Still would be funny.
Maybe it'd be a private or exclusive release type thing.
Yeah, it's really funny because the ones they do on the celebrities, they're never going to see them, and who cares?
Right.
But,
Just do it of Bill.
No, there's not that much of him, really.
Bill's going to do enough on his own.
Well, yeah.
It'd be hard to tell. Parody sites are only funny because they're parodies. But now, of course, with the reality the way it is, it's hard to tell parody sites. Bill would kind of be that way.
So now we're on board with Damson Racing. Thanks to Margaret and the Damson team for putting a camera in their car. We appreciate that.
That's a fancy helmet.
It is. It's got his name on it and everything. I think.
So top of the hour here, folks. We'll go ahead and take a break for commercial. And we'll be back here in just a couple short minutes, so stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum. Back in a moment.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if I sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires.
We have so many tires.
And help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it.
You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hey guys, this is Chad Thornton, and on behalf of Racing Radios, welcome to the 2020 Champ Car Endurance Series. Since 1979, Racing Radios has pioneered communication systems for the sport of racing. With a long-running history and passion for motorsports, Racing Radios supports those who build it, run it, break it, fix it, and run it again, pushing the limits of what's possible with the resources available. We built Racing Radios on these same values. As a 2020 Champ Car sponsor, Racing Radios will provide our experienced support team and trailer at select Champ Car events throughout the year. Free gear and exclusive discounts for the winners of the Racing Radios 14 Hours of Charlotte event. And most importantly, 15% off orders for all Champ Car teams. It's time to kick off 2020 right. Build it, bring it, race it, get out there and go racing. Visit racingradios.com and click on the Champ Car registration button to get your 2020 team discount code.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 12 hours of VIR South here on ChampCar.Live. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, and Tiffany Alexander, bringing you full-length race coverage this weekend of this event. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Great to have you along with us. Feel free to comment over on our YouTube chat. Let us know what's going on in your garage and which race you plan on attending next. Would love to hear from you. Some dust kicked up there as we're heading into turn 8, and you can already see the sun beginning to drop in the sky. Look at it as it's coming into the cockpit of the Pinkies Out team, that the leader of the race here. Is there, whoops. Nope, they've dropped a third. Excuse me. Damson Racing now holds the lead after Pinkies has been in for a pit stop. And, of course, 2 laps around here is pretty quick. So being down a lap or 2 isn't as severe as it would be at a place like Road America or Road Atlanta, where it takes a day and a half to get around the racetrack.
Right.
Whoa, got a little bit away from him there. Managed to hang on to it. Took his time getting back to the gas, so he had time to catch it, which is a little bit different procedure than what you would do in, say, a Porsche.
Look around to see,
doom.
Did anybody see that?
Yeah.
How y'all doing? I think Damson and Glaze and Confused still have to make another pit stop, most likely. I think they were a little bit behind. Pinkies Out was stopping just a little ahead of them, but still in the windows. I think maybe some of those yellows threw them a little differently. So we'll probably see what we saw in the last 2-hour mark where they pit and then, everything cycles back around. That's at least my guess.
Well, of course, they still have to pay attention to the driver's stint limit.
Yep.
Driver's stint limit of 2 hours, so that's the maximum you can have a driver in the seat according to Champ Car rules, and then they have to swap out that driver for another one, and each driver must have a minimum of 1 hour break before they can get back into the car.
Yep, 2 hour stint limit with a 1 hour break in the middle. Not
Low bar
after
racing.
the 2 hours, right? Before they can get back in the car. Yeah.
Yeah, after your stint, you got to have at least a 1 hour break. After
Yeah, you can't come in and fuel and double stint with the same driver.
Right, and you can't. Yeah, basically that's it.
Yeah. Or somebody can't go out for 30 minutes and come back in and put the same driver that was in prior back in. So. One person cannot drive the whole race.
No, and you probably wouldn't want to anyway.
No, you can't even register.
I mean, there may be some kids out there that are still young and spry, but after about an hour and a half, I'm good. Anybody else want to drive? I got all my adrenaline out of the way. I'm good.
I'm tired.
Yeah.
And so,
beverage.
Well, Margaret's letting us know here that this driver here, his name is Evans.
Cameron Evans.
And anchored 24-hour. You guys know Cameron? Oh yeah, it says up above there, doesn't it?
Cameron.
He says it. She says it up above there. Anchored by a 24-hour endurance race at VIR in Thunder Hill. Cameron focused on Spec E46 events with BMW, CCA, SCCA, and NASA. So he's raced a few races.
Yeah, he got a little experience.
It's hard to walk away from this sport once you started doing it.
No, it's like crack.
My words exactly.
It's about the most fun you can have with your clothes on.
There's another one. So Damson Racing in the lead right now, as we expect they'll be coming in for a pit stop before too long.
I'm going to claim my favorite statement is on what's auto racing like is one of my own. It's hours of boredom interspersed by moments of sheer terror. And I will lay claim to that. I've been saying
Not boring
that.
in the car, though.
No.
I'm usually in the sheer terror, most of the time. No.
Well, the hours of boredom goes by. A lot of times, even in some of the Champ Car races, you're out there pretty much by yourself.
I mean, it can happen that way. And you're in the paddock for hours waiting for your turn to drive, too.
Right. So it has nothing to do with,
So it looks like Ryan is replacing the cradle in his future Champ Car today. So that's what he's doing in the garage today.
And a lot of folks we find out are in their garage listening to us because they're gluttons for punishment.
Absolutely.
So far, it's
What's
been a
wrong with
pretty
you
cool
guys?
race, though. Certainly, if you have time to watch it. But yeah, it's been really interesting with the rollover that we saw with the Bimmerline car at the I think it was around the 7 hour and 47 minute mark. If you rewind the video, you'll see that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, that was wild.
And of course, with NLS Racing going out of the race at 4:12 in the evening local time here, they're also local time at the track. And that was quite an event there because they were really vying to win this race, and it was going to be a dogfight between them and Pinky's Out, who is now able to really just kind of take a breath here and not feel pressure so much from behind.
All right, they were the only ones that were on the same lap as Pinky's Out at that point in time, yeah. And the only reason these other teams are at this moment is Pinky's Out is already done their pit stop, and I don't think either of the other number 1 and number 2, Glazed and Confused and Damson, I don't believe they've done their pit stop yet. And
well,
Race Hero is not working, so I can't pull it up.
Yeah, well, in NLS, and you got to feel for them because this isn't the first time they've lost an engine. They lost an engine last year, and it takes quite a while to get. You got to get the money together. You got to get the parts together. You got to find the time to take the thing out and fix it, or you got to pay somebody else even more to do it for you. You know, the last time they lost an engine, it took several months before they could recover from something like that, and so to have it happen again is it's really hard on the team. But they'll be back. Here's Damson Racing. Sure enough, they are in the pits, getting the windshield cleaned here. And same uniform, but a different helmet, different driver. And he's getting ready to go out and drive his stint.
Can we call him? No, I'm not going to say that. Y'all know what I was thinking.
Person instead of a him?
No. I was going to say Jesus take the wheel, but it looks like J. Christ on the side of his helmet.
Oh. Well, maybe Margaret will tell us who it is. So
Bet she knows.
Looks like we got a car being black flagged for dumping a lot of fuel. The number 919 is going to be Meatball. That's the Elite Motorsports racing team in their 92 325i.
Well, they're in 8th place. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, it's not uncommon for a car to spill some fluid after a pit stop. They'll be topped off so much that if you don't really have your vent system routed very well, you might spill some of the fuel right off the top. But yeah, if it goes on for a couple of laps,
all E30s do.
If it goes on for a few laps, you're going to get called in, and it's really frustrating as a driver. That's Doc's pet peeve is the tow straps. Mine is following a guy that's dumping fuel. I can't stand that.
It smells terrible. Yeah.
It's the oiling of the track right in front of you, right in the racing line.
You were close there, Tiffany. It's Jason Christ.
Yeah.
He's the new Damson driver.
Thank you, Margaret.
Looks like Damson's getting pushed back a little bit in the pits so that they can clear the car just up ahead so they can get back out of the pits as they leave here shortly. When the teams come in, the cars come in, there's a small egg timer, as we call it, that's put onto the car with a 5-minute clock, and there's a countdown that takes place. So the idea is you do your stop. If you're taking fuel, you have to obey that clock, and you don't want your guy to show up at the exit of the pits terribly early. So
yeah, that just clogs things up.
You want to have etiquette here is just to have him arrive, you know, with about 30 seconds to go ahead and send him. By the time he gets there, he won't be there for long before they can send him. So
right, you don't want to send him up there with a minute to go or something. Then it just messes up everything.
He got to pit out. He sat there for maybe 10 seconds most, and then the official waved him on. Now, the officials will check the driver. They'll check the net to make sure it's secure, that window net there, which is hard to see from this vantage point, but he has a window net to his left that's covering the window, most of it anyway. And then he'll look inside to make sure the belts are secure, make sure it's over the head and neck restraint system so that it's in place properly. He may ask them.
Sometimes they want to see your driver's band.
Yeah, I was going to say, he may ask them to look at the driver's band, which we typically put on our left arm, so it's easy to pull back the glove and easy to see. And then they'll send you on your way.
Yep. Once all those things check out, and they take that little egg timer right off your car, and off you go.
Right, and that's why you're required to stop at pit in and pit out.
Right. What you don't want to do is arrive with a bunch of time, like we were saying, and then they say, okay, pull over there and wait, and now that pit out official is working on other cars, and they've got to wait till they finish those to come back to you. So you may lose time that way because they can't release you until they can come back to you.
And you can really see how the sun's beginning to set now in the Virginia sky as we're past the 5 o'clock hour, and teams are required to have their lights. I guess they were supposed to have them on or functioning. I know by 6 o'clock it's mandatory. So I'm not sure exactly what the details there are. I wasn't in the driver's meeting, but all that's been explained to the teams. And they'll have to take care of that.
All the lights need to be
Bill Strong.
All the lights need to be on now. The 63 cars in pit, they're just finishing up their stop. They're getting their cars to go out. Whole bunch of teams in here. We're getting ready to go deliver dinners to the corner workers before it gets too dark out here. So we're going to have the excursion going out. So if you guys are listening, you'll see a big black truck out there. Please don't hit me. It's a boss's car.
All right. Well.
That 216. Oh, they've broken a strut or something.
The 216.
The whole left side of the.
You turn your mic down a little bit, please.
Turning. So hold on. We're on pit lane. Yeah, the Sparrow speed car. The whole left front tire has basically just broken the suspension. So it has a lot of camber on it. So whatever they did, it's not working well. They tried to get out of pit lane, but the car just stopped in the middle. It's a whole bunch of cars are trying to leave at the same time. That was a little scary because the car didn't want to go where the driver wanted it to go. It's a tight pit lane here.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see the size of the pits there.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room for people to get kind of in the way and for you to get around them.
All right. So we're at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. We go checker at 9 o'clock. So just a little under 4 hours, I guess, if my math is any good. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. Yep. Didn't run out of fingers.
Fingers would be on 12 hours.
Fortunately, I got enough. So it started out as a race that led by a Mustang has been turned over to the BMW of Pinky's Out.
A car that is not unfamiliar with the lead here. Certainly a team.
Well, they're figuratively in the lead. They're actually in second place. Glazed and Confused has assumed the lead in their Miata, but as they come in shortly and do their pit stop, it'll be handed back to Pinky's Out.
Yeah, I think they got a little bit off sequence with those early cautions that we had.
Mm-hmm. And then Pinky's Out and Damson have done their pit stop. So
yeah, Pinky's Out is stuck to that 2-hour schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Means for less thinking.
Yeah. So that means, both of them only have one pit stop to make it to the end.
Yes.
Or at least that's their plan, I would imagine.
Yeah.
.328 laps turned so far. We've got Glazed and Confused in the lead over Pinky's Out right now. Lap times right now, it looks like the 7G Motorsports team in fourth and Pinky's Out Their fastest lap times are 1:20, which is in step with broken 60 seconds back there in 8th place. That Mustang trying to work its way back up the field after leading the race this morning.
Guys, I'm going to have to take a break here.
All right. Take that break.
In case, I don't know, nobody's. But this hurts.
All right, man.
All right, I'll be back in a bit.
All right. Okay. Lay down.
Yeah.
Aero speed has dropped to 11th now.
We just had an incident on pit lane where one of the team members from another team came up yelling and screaming at us. I guess our Mazda with the broken suspension, the Sparrow Speed was backing the car up with reverse on pit lane, which you're not really supposed to do at a racetrack. And I guess our officials didn't spot it properly. I wasn't watching, but I was getting yelled at. Then I pointed him over to the guy that should be getting yelled at, or is running pit lane right now. So he is taking care of it right now. Sparrow Speed car, but you're not supposed to reverse down pit lane, especially with a wheel that's trying to turn the car where it shouldn't go.
Yep.
So it actually broke while it was on pit lane, or it came in because it was broken?
It looks like it broke on pit lane. As he pulled the car out, it snapped, whatever it was.
I mean, that's a way better place for it to happen than on the course in a brake zone or something.
All right, I gotta go, guys. I'll be back in a few minutes. Please don't hit me if you're listening.
Oh, well, okay.
And if you do, make sure you get it on video.
He thinks everybody's listening to the show that's at the track. So anyway, we're on board with Low Bar Racing in their 94 BMW.
And so far, they're breaking the curse.
Low Bar's in 5th place. They are breaking the curse, the camera curse.
Yes, go Low Bar. They're setting the bar low. Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. They're doing great. They're in 5th place. Or, no, 4th.
Yeah,
they just moved up.
Yeah, they got by 7G there.
Good times. It's a quick car.
And he's having to pedal it here because the cars around him are slower than he is, but he doesn't really have a safe way through. So he's just going to be patient here and pedals it all the way up to turn 1. Does make the pass on those guys as the driver ahead was holding him up a little bit. He goes down into turn 1 here. Oh, a misshift. Drops it in 5th instead of 3rd. Now he grabs 4th. He's got a car coming back, trying to come back around him. I can see in the mirrors. And there it goes. Looks like maybe the leader. Well, Huggins in 2nd place.
The car comes just scooting on by. I don't know, he closed up some distance in that brake zone. But I would imagine, like we said, he should be up. He doesn't show it on the leaderboard right now, but he's really up a couple of laps. So they should want to drive well, but, somewhat conservatively to make sure they get that, fuel window and stay out of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming back onto the front straightaway again is Low Bar Racing.
So you think that's their air for the front windshield there? If it fogs, you think that's what that's set up for? Maybe it goes to the window if they need it?
Yeah, it looks like it is kind of pointing at the window, doesn't it?
Yeah, the one side of it. The other one's down, but I'm assuming maybe it would go out the passenger's window if they needed it. Maybe it fell and they didn't worry with it for today. We don't have to really worry about fog.
It could be that it's they've got it. It almost looks like it's going under the dash it might be going to a blower.
Oh, okay.
So I'm wondering if maybe they got rigged up as a blower underneath the dash area there.
Okay. Couldn't tell if it was moving around on the bottom at all. But
And you can kind of see the driver struggling a little bit with the gears. It's kind of a common problem with the BMWs, and especially in the E36s. This is one of those E36s, the 94, and it's kind of it's one of those cars that gets money shifted a lot because the driver will think they're going into fourth and they're going into second, and so going into downshift, they think they're in fifth. They're in fifth. When they pull back into fourth, they make second by mistake, and bad things happen.
yeah. Well, I've done it before too. You know, you're at the top of third and you're going to fourth and you get second instead. Just knowing that that's the thing, especially if you're going around, you know, if you're on a slightly, where a straightaway has a slight bend in it, I think it loads the car a little bit and it makes it easier to do. It's like at NCM, is what I'm thinking of actually. But you just want to get that clutch right back in. You know, don't let off the clutch so fast.
Yeah, it's tough to do with that because you're trying to make a clean shift, so you don't really want to drag off the clutch pedal.
You don't want to drag off of it, but if you feel the car start to load, put it back in.
Yeah. Yep.
And they showed me a weird thing you do with your hand where you put your thumb straight down, your fingers ahead, but thumb straight down where it makes like a 90, and to shift like that. And it'll keep your hand straight so you don't accidentally pull towards yourself, because it's real easy to pull towards yourself while you're pulling down, and it helps it go to fourth instead of second.
Yeah, I mean, the internals, the way that the transmission is designed is not diagonal. And that's the way a lot of guys, you naturally want to shift out of fourth. You see a lot of guys, they'll palm it, they'll just push at an angle to go from fourth to fifth. And actually, that's not the way the gearbox is designed. You think of it like an H pattern. That's the way you really should be shifting. If you're coming out of fifth, you should pull it straight back, come over, and then straight down. And that reduces wear inside the transmission, and it's also, you're less likely to make a missed shift because you're being very intentional in your thinking as you're going through the gears.
Yeah, it makes you drive it like it's intended to be driven. Easier said than done, but yeah. It's much better to do it that way than blow it up.
Yeah, or lose control of the car. You can grab a bad gear and it'll just lock up the rear tires. It's not gonna, it's not gonna hook up like that. Nice wave there as Pinky's out, goes by another competitor. Braking hard down through the S's here for turn number 4.
This looks like a really fun part of the course.
Yeah, it really does.
I've not driven this little middle part here. I've done the outside. Doing the grand course when I've driven here.
On board with the Chevy Camaro of Bliss Racing after that exhaust system repair work that they did. We've reached the bottom of the hour, so I'm going to need to step away for a quick break here, folks. And we'll be back here in just a few short minutes, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, and it's Pinky's Out, your leader. Back in a moment.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and we're at the 12 hours of VIR South.
Yay!
About 3 hours and about 3.5 hours remain in this race. It's a pretty interesting race, really. You're talking about a lot of hours of racing going into the evening on a really kind of a small racetrack. You know, We've got some fairly small racetracks on the circuit that we run every year, but 1.65, that might be the smallest circuit we run on. I'm not sure how big Harris Hill is, but that's a pretty small track. So it's kind of an interesting format.
Yeah, you can go down several laps real quick. Or probably make them up fairly quick if something else happens. I'm going to look up Harris Hill. I don't remember.
Is the glass half full or half empty?
Yeah, it's all a matter of perspective. The facts stay the same.
That's right.
Pretty certain the shortest track we ran was Patriot Course, which is the middle of this track, which we run part of Patriot Course.
Yeah, but we don't run that. We're not running that this year. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was like 1.1 miles, but it's actually an absolutely fun track to drive on. A lot of people dropped out of that race when we were told we had to run it because of the repave here. But everybody that rented had an absolute blast. The G-forces are just insane because they're just going around in a circle as fast as you can. There's a Mini here. It's a Valvoline Mini because it says Valvoline on the side.
Yep.
And it's a 252 car. And I'll tell you what, that's one of the best sounding cars here. I think it's supercharged because it just whines as it comes down the front straightaway.
Cool.
Sounds really, really good. Looks like everybody has their lights on. We're checking to make sure as they go by, their front lights are on and their tail lights are on. And they don't have more lights than our rules allow, which is 4 headlights.
Right.
And I think, what is it, a minimum of 2 brake lights?
Yeah.
Yep.
So, and no rain lights during the day or no rain lights unless it's raining.
Yeah.
So one of the cars comes down the front straightaway with yellow fog lamps, it looks like. That's a Tartar or Tartar.
Tater.
I don't think those are going to be good enough when it gets dark here.
Right.
And the sun is about 2 fingers away from actually falling behind the trees. It's actually behind the trees at the top of the hill here, but falling behind the curvature of the earth. So it's going to get dark here really quick. Some teams have their lights on their tents already. Huggins' car just pulled in. The white one. Which one is it?
Arrow. The 146.
Yeah, that's
Looks
the Arrow
like it.
car.
Pinky's out, Arrow.
Yeah, the Arrow. Yeah, it has.
They're running in 8th.
Yep, they're just heading out right now.
Oh, we'll stop him and tell him to fix his camera.
Well, it's too late because he's just going out.
Oh, we had our chance.
Yeah, you want to see Chris Huggins get mad? Stop his car on pit lane.
That might actually get you hit.
It might. No, I could take Chris for about a second or two until I tire.
Right? He's a young'un.
I know.
He introduced us to the best restaurant near Road Atlanta, though. I have to share that with y'all the next time y'all are out there. It is amazing.
What is it called?
I was trying to think. It's a little something like a little cafe or whatever, and they do a breakfast in the mornings, and oh my gosh, they do like custom. Have all this pastries and just everything you can imagine, and the atmosphere is just perfect, and the food's great, and it's one price for everything. Whatever you want, whatever you want off the bar, whatever you want them to custom make you, it's just one price.
Wouldn't that be cool to have a bar like that where it's just one price for all the drinks?
Yeah.
That will dock up.
They'll just charge everybody $600 when they come in the door.
Yeah.
That solves that problem.
There's guys like me that only drink non-alcoholic beer, which is the same price as everything else. So it looks like we got most guys with lights on now. Some guys only have little lights on. They don't have their main lights on yet. Keep the wear on those alternators down.
Doc is taking a break. He's hurting.
So where's John is coming in as the 660 and the 998. 998's up on jacks right now. Looks like they're putting on new tires on the right side of the car. The 660 has the hood up. They're all standing around kind of looking at the engine. Not working on it, they're just looking at it. Where's John's over the wall? Looks like they're checking the air, or they're adding air to the left rear. They just pit and they're on their way out. Anybody?
I don't know because I don't have Race Hero anymore, so I can't tell you who's pitting where.
Who's John, or where's John? Did they just pit because they're checking the air pressure on one of the tires? They're putting air into it. That's all they're doing.
The top 3 have pitted.
Okay.
And then the other Pinky's out car just pitted. I'm not sure about the other ones. I was looking up Harris Hill. I can see the track map, but I haven't.
Well, the cars are pretty spaced out here. They were clumped up when we took the so I took the excursion out and to deliver food. Talk about scary. as you go into some of these corners here, I had to carry some speed. Yeah, you got to be really careful. They're really heavy.
Harris Hill is 1.82 miles with 11 turns.
Which one is?
Harris Hill.
Yeah, that's a cool track. We'll be there next week.
So just a little bit longer than this circuit, right?
Is that the Imperial B you use there, Bill?
Champ Car will be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will. It's me.
Are you gonna race there?
No, I'm gonna race there in the fall, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. It's I'm gonna be racing with two beaners and a guy, or two beaners and a white guy. That's it.
Two beaners in a bucket.
Yeah, that's it. Two beaners in a bucket. I think that's another team out in California. So I'll be racing with them probably in the fall if they had a catastrophic issue with the car at the last race in Harris Hill. So they're going to fix that. Or maybe it was Indy. I don't know. But and then Visceral Racing for the 24. I'm Visceral Racing champ, dude.
You're going to drive the Visceral car at the 24?
Yes, I am.
All right.
I'll be driving the first stint or two, and then we'll proceed to the. Paulie, are you driving the 24?
No.
Okay. So I'll set Doc up and whoever, and Tiffany, you're coming down here, right? For the 24?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
No? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll have Doc, Ian will be here, and Tiffany. I'll set them all up. They'll be able to do all the work, and during the day, we're all doing all the work, and then at night we'll do our typical switch. And it'll be nice this year. We have some really good internet, so we think we can do the full show with full cameras like we have, like Paul does in the past, but with us at nighttime.
That'll be
so
cool.
Of course, it'll be staring at a black screen all night.
We'll just be really making stuff up at that point in time.
Yeah,
But
we can
I
just
gotta work
make
on
stuff
my
up all
screen.
night, Tiffany.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got to work on our 3 lines. And what's the letter max for the site?
Oh, yeah. I don't know. We got to figure out that.
Huh?
It's 8 characters.
8 characters and 3 lines. Yeah, we should be already working on the department.
Oh, I've got a whole list of them.
Well, that woke Doc up. Yeah, so we'll be doing that, and there's a few races this year that we're going to be doing a little different. I think, Paulie, you're racing at Road America, right?
Yeah, I'm lined up to race both Road America events, and I've got NCM, and then Barber is still kind of tentative. We got to get a car rate. We got to get Tiffany's car working.
Yeah, we're going to wire Paulie up with the inside the helmet cam so we can stare at his eyeball and see his eye reflexes and stuff. And then we're going to try and wire him up with a walkie-talkie so that he can talk to us during the race.
So you can badmouth me the whole time I'm out there, right? That's really.
I'm sorry. I've got other people talking to my ear. So what was that, Paul?
So you can badmouth me while I'm out there. Is that really what it's for?
He needs a telestrator so he can draw on the windshield.
Yes. Yes. Like I took a picture of the one of the teams here. They actually have the shift, the shifter, what do you call it, layout each gear written on the window.
I saw that.
It's like a heads-up display. Yeah, it's like a heads-up display. It's like, wow, that's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be a fun year for us. Tiffany, when are you racing?
I'm supposed to race NCM next.
Okay. Who are you driving with there?
E-Racing.
Okay. And what are you going to do any more?
We're looking at Watkins Glen, but I think it's sold out, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that. And then next after that, I'm going to do Sebring.
Okay, cool. Have you run there before?
Yep.
Cool.
My very first race ever was at Sebring, and then I was just down there in January and did HPD.
And Doc, when are you going to be sitting around your car?
NCM, right?
Well, the car will be out many times. Doc, however, will not be out in it.
Why not, man? Get in your car.
At least do practice or something sometime.
I have some health issues.
Okay. Well,
So-
we can strap you. What if we strapped you to the hood and we take you out for a ride? Okay, this is the right line. This is Doc's line.
So the car will be at NCM, Daytona, Charlotte, VIR 24, Barber, and
All right, so the 660, a lot of magic smoke is being released from the radiator right now. So, unfortunately, I think their day might be over.
That's Full Send Motorsports. Somebody was asking about them much earlier today.
Yeah, I think somebody was just cheering them on too, and so it's too bad.
They've got a lot of steam coming out of the pressure tank.
On board with Damson Racing, who's in second place right now behind Pinky's out. And there's so much racing yet to be done here at VIR, and all the plans can just go to waste in a short period of time, just as it did for NLS Racing, who I'm sure they were really happy with the race that they had parlayed so far until they lost that engine.
Yeah, they were pretty dominant before they lost the engine. That's unfortunate.
All right, 258 just came out from behind the wall. Does not have an engine lid on it. It's Winsome Racing.
Winsome Racing, yeah.
No hood on the car, but they're going to head back out. They just came out from behind the wall.
All right. Maybe just going to do a lap. And
Confused is hounding Damson. They're not that far behind him.
Except they're three.
That car comes down the front straightaway, the donut car, and it's really, really smooth and really good.
It's fast, yeah.
Yep. So we got one of the Porsches in as well, the Boxster. It's a 996. Coming down, getting his timer, coming to his pit lane. They're telling him to get away from the wall. Don't pull right up on the wall. You pull right up on the wall, it's hard to get out of the car.
Not only that, if you have to change a tire, it's hard to get a jack in there.
Yeah, that's right. Right.
And there's not much of a gap between low bar and 7G in fourth place either.
Looks like they're just going to get the driver out. I don't see any fuel lined up anywhere.
Looks like Elite Motorsports also only about a 5-second gap between them and 8th place. That's Pinky's Out Aero Machine.
Yeah, the gap between 5th and 6th is less than 5 seconds. So that race is still on, for sure.
So right now, looking at your standings, we'll just give a quick rundown here, folks, as we're coming towards the top of the hour. Not there yet. Pinky's Out Swap shown in the lead in the number 246. Damson Racing in second place. Glazed and Confused is third. 7G Motorsport is fourth. Low Bar Racing is fifth. Simon Says is sixth. Broken 60 Seconds is seventh. Pinky's Out Aero in eighth. Elite Motorsports in ninth. And Skidmark Racing is in 10th place. Now I'm noticing that our Race Hero feed has now been taken offline.
It says results for VIR 12 hours south, and then it's got NCM Motorsports Park listed.
And I sent a request up to Mike to see if they could possibly do something about that. So if they can get it back up and running, that's fine. Otherwise, you can check out timing and scoring over at Race Monitor as well. There's an app in the App Store for that. There is, you can go to the web and look at it for free. It's race-monitor.com.
Yep.
And that's what we're using.
And just scroll down, you see the Champ Car logo and the 12 hours of VIR.
Yep.
Out eventually. And live timing and scoring.
And every time we get into these night races, it's kind of always the same thing. Everything looks fine and everything's great. And then the sun goes down, and it's like pitch black. You can't even identify whose car you're in unless you had the label. You've got, you see a few lights inside the car, and that is about all you see. Maybe taillights up ahead. It's really hard to see. So things changed quite a bit. The landscape changes so much at night.
Especially when you see the red lights and the white lights and the red lights and then the white lights.
Yeah,
back
we
and
start
forth.
lying more, start making up stuff. We trot out the old jokes.
Your brain starts making up things that aren't true, and you're
we're
seeing
9
things.
hours in right now, so you know.
Yeah, so we're already lying quite a bit.
Yeah, this is very true.
I'm kidding.
We're not far from extrapolating the truth.
Extrapolating the truth. I like that. Sounds like something we should get paid more for.
All right. That's a $10 word.
Yeah, it said NCM on Race Hero.
Race Hero
Yeah.
since the very beginning.
Yeah, it's there's something wacky going on there. Full course caution coming up here, folks. We're going to go full course caution according to some secondhand information that I'm being fed. So keep that in mind.
It's also on Race Monitor. Yep.
And it is verified on Race Monitor that we're full course caution right now. We can run it along with Race Bar here, or Low Bar rather, and see if we can identify what the issue is. Looks like the number 146 lost a wheel.
Lost a wheel.
What?
That's the arrow. Huggies out.
Yeah.
Pinky's out.
Yeah.
I almost said Huggies out. Pinky's out.
The Pinky's Out Aero car, which their feed went down some time ago. That was one of their cameras. There he is. It's like he's just on the second part of turn 1 there, but on the outside. So he just kind of made the first corner, the first part of turn 1, and then went straight on. Fortunately, there's just a lot of grass over there, so that was a
He went
moment.
on without his wheel, huh?
That must be terrifying.
Yeah.
I know Arjun wasn't happy when we sheared that hub on the back straightaway during the VIR 24.
And the wheel passed him?
Yeah. Yeah, we were on board with him at the time. And if you remember, we saw the safety workers bringing parts of the car back and putting them in the passenger area.
I do remember that.
We did, however, get the car back out and finish the race. So
It's much more entertaining when you're not the one driving when the wheel passes.
yeah, exactly.
But, yeah.
Except when you're car owner, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, Or the steering wheel comes off in your hand or something like that.
As
It's
well.
fun. I've done that one.
Yeah, never try and re-index a wheel while you're moving.
Bliss Racing looks like they're going to take advantage of this caution to come into the pits and do some service on that Camaro. They're going to pick up their clock.
Yeah, they're doing all right. The gone in 60 seconds or broken 60 seconds doing fairly well. That's another D-class car. Up to 7th, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll, as we're under caution here, we'll, excuse me. There we go.
Bliss is back in 33rd, yeah.
Yeah, we can kind of go through the standings here a little bit. We got Pinky's Out leading with Damson in second. Glazed and Confused is third. Then we've got 7G Motorsports, Low Bar, Simon Says, Broken 60 Seconds is 7th. Elite Motors Racing, Pinky's Out, and Skidmark rounding out the top 10. As we scroll down some more, you see we have Freddie Mercury, No Panic Racing, Turbo Tater, Five Tails Racing is in 14th. Round 2 is in 15th. Then we've got the Appalachian Analytical in their 77 Pontiac Phoenix in 16th place. Team Tidy Whitey is 17th. Then we've got Sparrow Speed, Broke Ass Racing, MDR Motorsports, Flat 6 Racing, Dippa Sport. And we got Full Send Motorsports in 23rd. Queen City Racing and their Mini Cooper is 24th. Eurocar and their Volkswagen Golf is in 25th. So there's a quick rundown. We got some teams that are retired there beyond that. But still got quite a few in the mix there that are that are on the racetrack and out here for the remainder of this race. Low bars come into the pits. Here we've got Damson Racing staying out, as well as the Pinkies Out swap machine that's leading this race. They're staying out as well.
Yeah, Damson was not in long ago.
Yeah, it wasn't that far back, yeah.
No.
Like maybe
30 minutes
hour?
or something? Nah.
Not even an hour. About an hour ago, I think. Almost.
So if you're looking for driver gear, make sure you check out discoveryparts.com. We've got so many those that sponsor Champ Car and support Champ Car with their sponsorship dollars. And they also offer special discounts to our teams, our drivers, our members. You can check that out on the Champ Car website. Go to the sponsors page, and for Discovery Parts, where I get all of my driver gear, you can go over there and pick up their 10% discount code and put that into their website. One of the benefits of using Discovery Parts is just the amount of information, the understanding they have, and the wealth of experience they have with their products, so that you can call them on the phone and say, hey, look, this is what I'm interested in doing. This is what I want. I want a better helmet, or I want a different pair of gloves, or whatever. And they can give you some options and tell you what they recommend is the best way to go. And you can bet you won't be steered wrong. So make sure you check them out, discoveryparts.com. They're also the B-Class sponsor for Champ Car. Money Shift Racing is your C-Class sponsor, and Krispy Kreme sponsors the A-Class. So
yeah, Ron over at Discovery Parts has forgotten more than most people will ever know.
Yeah, so make sure you check them out. Lots of great products and deals.
And he's going to be at Daytona, so if you need him to bring anything, let him know.
Yep.
If you are going to be at Daytona also.
I can't remember. I can't remember if he said he was going to be at Charlotte as well, because it's right after Daytona, 2 weeks.
All right, guys. Well, we're under caution here. We're as they're working on the Higgies machine, getting that off the track. We'll go ahead and break for commercial, and we'll be back here in a couple minutes. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, and it's presented by AutoZone. Back in a moment. Stay with us.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it.
Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I Did It starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hey guys, this is Chad Thornton, and on behalf of Racing Radios, welcome to the 2020 Champ Car Endurance Series. Since 1979, Racing Radios has pioneered communication systems for the sport of racing. With a long-running history and passion for motorsports, Racing Radios supports those who build it, run it, break it, fix it, and run it again, pushing the limits of what's possible with the resources available. We built Racing Radios on these same values. As a 2020 Champ Car sponsor, Racing Radios will provide our experienced support team and trailer at select Champ Car events throughout the year. Free gear and exclusive discounts for the winners of the Racing Radios 14 Hours of Charlotte event. And most importantly, 15% off orders for all Champ Car teams. It's time to kick off 2020 right. Build it, bring it, race it, get out there and go racing. Visit racingradios.com and click on the Champ Car registration button to get your 2020 team discount code.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
And welcome back, everyone, to Virginia International Raceway. It is the 14 hours of Virginia on the South Course here at VIR. And the latest news that we have is the number 146 of Pinky's Out lost a wheel. And so they are, they've been picked up and moved off the racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, technically they didn't lose it. They know right where it is. They just don't have it anymore.
Oh, gotcha.
It's unfortunately not on the car.
Yeah.
I gotta come up with some language here that better describes what happened, but the wheel took leave of its absence, something like that.
It turned in its resignation.
Yeah, it decided
So I'm out of here.
I'd had enough of your shenanigans. I'm done.
Right.
So that's the latest from the racetrack. Before that, the big news was of NLS losing an engine around 4 o'clock, and that took them out of the running of the race, obviously. So now it's Pinky's Out. It's got some pressure taken off them now, as Damson Racing has slid into second place there. Looks like there's a 3-lap gap there, according to Race Monitor. So
yeah, of course, Damson's getting pressured by Glazed and Confused. They're only about 5.3 seconds back, so.
Yeah, and the Miata has been tough all day long. They've been up in the front. They've led a number of times, so they're not going to just fade away.
Be denied.
They're not just going to roll over.
Yeah, not going away lightly.
And this is exactly how RVA, caught and captured the title at Sonoma Raceway, by being there, by staying in the hunt. And sure enough, when the leader faltered, they were right there to capitalize. And all the hard work they had done during the weekend paid off, which wouldn't have otherwise if they hadn't stayed after it.
It's an endurance race. It isn't. You have to make it to the end, and it is hard for these cars to make it to the end. I mean, it is a real challenge.
I would even take it a step further, Tiffany. I'd say it's not only just making it to the end, but it's racing for the win. And it's
Racing for the end to the win. I mean, to the end, yeah.
But it's racing for the win. I mean,
Yeah.
you have to push throughout the whole event, and that's the only way you're going to win. It's not going to just drop in your lap. You know, if you end up if you're in second place and the leader drops out, it's because you worked very hard to get into second place.
Right.
And that's what's brought you the win. So it's more than just enduring, but yeah, we'll see how things play out today. So far, things are looking really good for Pinky's out, and it really didn't start out all that great for them. Let's face it, they got into had some heavy contact with the Bimmerline team early on. It knocked them off the racetrack. It didn't look good. Both cars received some damage from that, and they were up around, I think, in the third or fourth spot. They tumbled down to ninth. It really hurt them, and it took them a long time to recover from that. But boy, have they ever recovered, and they find themselves a couple short laps ahead of the rest of the field. Doesn't take long to lose or gain a lap here, as we said earlier, Tiffany. But they're in a good spot, but they can't afford to relax too much.
Oh, yeah, that's 3 laps. That's, 4 minutes max. So, one hiccup that you have to get pulled in for, or takes a while to fire back up, or something like that, a major issue at a pit stop could easily, flip-flop things.
And it looks like the Damson racing camera has gone offline, unfortunately, folks. So we have lost that feed. But we'll keep an eye on it, see if maybe that would come back up from Mr. Jonathan Adams' team.
I'm very proud of the low bar camera.
Yeah,
it's behaving.
Yeah, it's doing really well. It's serving us well.
God, we're into 3 hours now.
Yeah, we've come a long way, haven't we?
We have.
We certainly have.
In so many ways.
I'm trying to hang in there, folks.
You are a trooper.
No, I'm just not smart enough to know better.
He's like, nah, I'm just stubborn.
Yeah, exactly. Oh.
You feeling any better? I know you had a cold.
Hell no. Oh, the cold's gone. But
okay.
The shingles have stuck around.
Yeah.
I got to get in and get shots for that.
I'm really over them.
Yeah. In a different kind of way.
Yeah.
Fed up. I was
You
talking
really
to somebody
wish you
about
were over
that.
them.
And I was talking to somebody about that, and she said, you got to go in. It's $100 a shot. You need 2 shots, and so you go in twice. You get a shot, and then you go back and you get it again.
It's a vaccine?
Something like that,
Or-
yeah. Whatever they call it, yeah.
I've seen that listed on.
That's pre-getting it, though.
Oh, yeah. It's too late after you got it, but
yeah.
But didn't everybody kind of have it with the chickenpox virus? Isn't that?
Yeah,
what
pretty much so.
Yeah,
does
you can
it
still
work
get them.
after that?
I guess so. I guess you're supposed to go get it done. And the older you are, the more susceptible you are to really knocking you out. So, I know my mom's had it. Doc's got it. And there's a bunch. It's really going around. It's another one of these viruses that it's becoming a more and more of a problem. So I probably should go get it done.
There's a pneumonia shot too. I don't know. All kinds of things you can get.
Pneumonia?
Pneumonia.
Okay.
Phenomenon.
Sunshine?
Uh-huh. Sunshine.
So just past
Maybe the Sunshine Showdown.
That's
I like
right.
it.
So funny. So we're just past 6 o'clock here. We got another 3 hours of endurance racing here. So each of these teams will have to stop at least one more time before their final driver gets in the car. Before they'll have that final, showdown to the finish line. So And it's about to get really dark. And there you can see the sun has really has gone down, and it's just sort of shining up through the sky, and it's only a matter of time before it gets really dark.
Full moon. I mean, last night here.
I was about to say that. We're
at
2
Lake
days away
Hartwell,
from a full moon.
Gosh, you could dang near read out in the backyard near the lake. So I think it came up fairly early.
And what really got us into trouble at Road Atlanta beyond the snow was the fog. That's what really did us in. That was the 1-2 punch. And so you hope you don't see too much fog out here tonight. But it isn't uncommon for this to get some
No, it's not
cloud
uncommon. Although it's generally, this is the south end of the course. It's the north end that's almost completely encircled by a river.
Yeah.
So if you go on to a Google Earth map of VIR, you can see the river.
On board with Bliss Racing, but we've had some fog out here before. I know we've had fog at Nelson Ledges, pretty common. At nighttime,
and certainly fog during the 24 hours here.
Absolutely, I've seen it pretty foggy. But we had it at Road Atlanta. It wasn't even just like normal crappy fog. It was freezing fog, which I didn't even know was a thing. Like, I'd never seen fog so soupy thick. It's a little crazy.
Pinky's out here getting it done. Right now they've got a gap. They're shown 3 laps up on Damson Racing. Damson Racing, we just lost their camera not too long ago. I'm keeping an eye on it and see if it comes back up. The team may choose to reset that at their final pit stop. Don't know. And you can see the headlights coming across the back of the field now, as the teams are required to have their working headlights and taillights, of course, which is always the case in Champ Car. They must have working brake lights.
At least 2 of them.
Yeah, you want to be able to see when, your competitor is hitting the brakes. That's useful. And where they are in front of you.
Car coming just up the inside there as Pinkies is working their way around the track. Nice return pass there. Basically, your etiquette as a driver is to be predictable. So, what is predictable? Well, you're not doing things that aren't going to be expected. And as you spend time driving in races, you quickly catch on to what the etiquette should look like, right?
Yeah,
right,
you don't
Tiffany?
want to do anybody any favors.
In other words, don't move out of the way. I had a guy I was racing with in iRacing, and I was leading. And as I came up behind him, I was just pulling a draft on him. I was going to pull out as I got right up behind him. And as I got right up behind him, I pulled to the right, and so did he. And so I smashed into him.
Yeah.
Like,
oh no!
Don't do me any favors, man. Just stay.
Yeah, I mean, the faster cars, trust me, they'll figure out a way around you.
Yeah. So just drive the line, right, Tiffany?
Yep. Stay on your line.
Stay on the driving line.
Yep.
That'd be
Let them
predictable.
pass you offline.
See, Pinky's got caught out. See, the car ahead didn't see him, and he went into the driving line. He's lining up to the left, and Pinky's was trying to get in there.
Well, that orange car probably saw those 2 black cars on the right coming up.
He might have seen that instead, yeah. Didn't notice Pinky's was back there.
It gets busy out there.
But Pinky's found a way around, didn't they? He got off in the grass. He let off. He waited till he went by, and tucked in underneath him, and then made the pass around the inside.
And some of these guys are such great drivers. They have a ton of experience, et cetera. They've been doing this a while. But, they have to keep in mind that they're out there with people that this might be their first time in a race. And there's only so much their brain can take in at one point in time. So they have to, it's on the driver passing to make a clean pass, to anticipate where they're going to go and try to get around them safely. Seems like the longer you do this, your visual scan gets bigger and bigger. You can take in more information, but kind of early on, you kind of feel like a horse with blinders on as far as working traffic in front of you, behind you, what's coming up, on what side,
So just
keep that in mind.
Getting that instruction, it can be really helpful. Spending some time in some HPDEs, getting instructed, having some impartial instruction, someone riding with you, watching what you're doing, how you're doing it.
Riding a motorcycle, I think, helps a lot, and surviving on the streets.
I don't know if I have driving a motorcycle on some of the streets around here, people just do not pay attention to what they're doing. So, like survival of the fittest out there.
A lot of dust being kicked up there in turn 12 as they come through the oak tree. Hey, Bill. Okay, I'll mute that then. It sounds like he unmuted it, but maybe didn't mean to.
You see a lot of guys, though, that, have, raced motorcycles or done motocross racing or go-karts, flying, helicopters, all these different things that that seems to transfer over to car racing kind of really naturally. And they pick this up. I don't know about golf.
Yeah, and we've got golf,
pool,
maybe
even,
not.
Like shooting pool, looking at those angles and, that's what you use, right, Doc? All your pool strategy?
No, I mean, as far as motorcycles, you just kind of learn, you get a sixth sense about what a car is going to do, especially if you've been watching them for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Pinky's out looking to get by a number of cars here on the straightaway. It looks like they see him coming here, and they're just going to kind of hold their position. The Mini holding the center of the track as Pinky's comes by the extreme right edge of the racetrack and now lines up in the center. Now takes the car over to the left, lining up for turn 1 with 2 more competitors just up ahead as they go into turn number 1. The same spot where their sister car lost a wheel a little bit earlier. Heading down from turn 1, downhill into the S's here. Looking at the Porsche Boxster just up ahead. No downshifts, just going to let the engine torque pull him out of the corner up to turn 5.
One of those nice things about those E30s is the torque is really good.
On the power now in 3rd gear. Pulls 4th. The Boxster lines up on the right side, driving the line. Touch of the brakes as they head into 7 here. The E30 looking for a way down the inside. Sure enough, the Porsche pulls to the left. A nice rev match downshift as Pinky's out, goes into turn 8. Completes turn 9, back onto the front straightaway. And pulls 4th gear very nicely. As the sun continues to set, the track and the interior of the cars continue to get darker and darker.
Yeah, it's going to get a lot more challenging here shortly.
Lots of tire smoke up ahead as Pinky's out heads into turn 1 from one of the competitors just up ahead. One of the cars locking up the tires on the way in. Pushing a little too hard going into that corner. You start to turn in, and that unloads that left side, that right side of the suspension rather, and that can cause a lockup. Just trying a little bit too hard. The light's now shining on the back of this competitor just up ahead as they line up for turn 5. Pinky's out, thinks about going down the inside, decides, no, don't quite have the momentum to seal the deal and make a safe pass. I'm just going to tuck in behind and follow him through 5 and pick him up coming down through 7 here. Back on the power, trying to get his momentum to carry him around the outside. Competitor just kind of middle tracks it. Doesn't give him a lot of room to get by, but he does get by as they head into turn 8. Kind of drives it like a diamond, trying to square up the corner there a little bit to get a good run off that exit for the next competitor just ahead, that BMW that locked up a little bit going into turn 1 that last time through. Coming up the hill now, it's a clear view now for the BMW, the leader of the race. As they head back into turn 1, another crisp, well-rev match downshift.
I can't hear this car.
That's kind of low.
Yeah. Wait, I can kind of hear a little bit of
I got more wind noise than anything, really. So it's Pinky's out. The swap car leading the race right now with Damson Racing in second. Glazed and Confused is third. Low Bar Racing is fourth. Simon Says is fifth. 7G Motorsport is sixth. Elite Motorsports Racing is seventh. Skidmark Racing is eighth. Broken 60 Seconds is ninth. And Freddie Mercury in their Mercury Capri is 10th.
We have just over 2.5 hours-ish to go.
It's gone by fairly quickly. You know, it's been an interesting race. I haven't seen a car roll over sideways like that in a long time. I don't remember ever catching one on camera like that. That was pretty interesting.
I mean, for everybody except the Bimmerline guys, right? But
no, that was really sad to see for them, absolutely. I mean, you don't want to see anybody go through that.
Mm-mm.
That's, of course, a car that's won here before.
Yeah, they were very competitive, and then, you know, it kind of ruined their day. We did get a pretty good view of it, though, so. We've had several blow up and lost a wheel. And
yep.
VIR has been tough on several cars today. Almost as tough as the cameras.
Well, you know, there is a lot of compression, Tiffany, as they head down into turn 2. You can see it on camera, so you know it's got to be, you know, twice as intense when you're actually in the car.
Right.
As they come whistling down that hill from turn 1, and the car almost bottoms out, just kind of lands there going into 2. And that's right where the drivers are kind of hitting the brakes, too. Mm-hmm. So that's a lot of load going onto the car there as they get ready to set up to turn into 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's even jarring on iRacing.
There's a car ducking into the pits. As we've been green for a little while. We haven't had a full course caution for a while now since the 146 lost that wheel, that Pinky's Out machine.
Yeah, a nice stretch of green
Just
racing.
easing on the power here. Look at all these cars up ahead. He's going to try and find a way around. He's pedaling it, looking for a safe way through here.
There's a gaggle of cars ahead.
Yeah, the Camaro Bliss Racing stays track left, and that makes it really easy for Pinky's to get by him. But he's got another 4 or 5 cars up ahead that he's eyeing to get by. Coming up to turn number 5. Going back on the power here. Let's see, brake lights are on here. He's going to come down here with all kinds of speed, come by this car.
He seems to like to pass right there.
It's a pretty common, yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody kind of lines up to the left there. Doesn't really hurt the speed of the car being overtaken, and it doesn't hurt the Pinky's Out car too much.
Right.
Rolling up through the gears around the Mustang on the front straightaway on the right side. Checking his mirrors to make sure he clears that Mustang so he can line up to the left here for an optimum line going into turn number 1. You can hear the tires scrubbing just a little bit as he's on the power early at the exit of turn 1. Here comes turn 2. You can see the car kind of dip and land right there. They're on the brakes heading down through 3 here. The car working so good through this part of the racetrack. Using all the racetrack too at the exit. Nice downshift and on the power soon here at this increasing radius turn 6. Really lets them get a good run out of that corner. A little pedal right there as he sets up for 7. Car shoots to the left, opens up that spot for him to sneak in there. Into turn 8 again. Now he's got a few more cars in his sights here as we go back on board with Bliss Racing. You can see the difference in how dark it really is getting as we're on board in the Camaro.
It's changing
And
quickly.
remember, these cameras are going to add light too, so it's a little bit darker out there than what you think you see.
Bliss Racing really just settling in here. They've got some time here. They're probably going to stop a couple of more times before the end of this race. With that big Camaro is going to need a few extra pit stops to keep enough fuel in it to make it to the end. A point by there. On board with Lobar. This is an E36. Starts to line up somebody. Wasn't quite sure if he was going to have the room or not. Sure enough, the car being overtaken gives him the room. Rides the rim. Up into 4th gear here. Back down to 3rd as they head into turn 2.
They're up to 4th place now. Lobar Racing is.
Yeah, Michelle, we know that the race hero isn't showing anything. It's offline, but you can go to Race Monitor, go to race-monitor.com and pick up the timing and scoring there. Okay, so we're going to take another station break here, folks, and for commercial, and be back in here in just a couple minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Back in just a moment. Stay with us. Oh, yeah.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 12 hours of VIR South here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. ChampCar is made by racers for racers, and it's the TireRack.com ChampCar Endurance Series. And, boy, look how much darker it looks inside these cars now as opposed to when we were just here 5 minutes ago before we went to break.
It's like day and night.
Now, if you're not familiar, Low Bar is a new team to Champ Car Racing. However, they are not a new team to the what's considered the amateur endurance racing scene. They are a regular competitor in AER.
Gotcha.
And in WRL. So this is a rather new build for them. And this, I believe, is their first Champ Car race, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, they're certainly not new to the this rather low-dollar endurance racing contests.
Yeah, so WRL, AER, these are other organizations that are similar to Champ Car.
Yeah.
And Champ Car is welcomes them as well. So.
Absolutely.
Rule sets are a little bit different from one series to another, which is pretty common with
power
racing.
to weight ratio.
Yeah. So you just kind of pick the series that seems the most attractive to you, and that's the one you're going to go with.
Fits your budget and what kind of cars you have, or however you want to do it.
Yeah, there's basically 5 different series out there. Champ Car is the largest, so you get to see more events, more tracks, expanding the United States. You're going to reach further. We're going into Canada again this year, so it's just but again, the rule sets are a little bit different, so it's just a matter of, which, do you like Italian food or do you like Mexican? What is it you like? So
it's a preference, yeah.
So we got Pinky's Out still leading the race here with Damson Racing in second. In third place, we've got Glazed and Confused in their Miata. Then it's Low Bar Racing, Simon Says, 7G Motorsport, Elite Motorsports, Skidmark Racing, Broken 60 Seconds in ninth in their Mustang, and then Freddie Mercury in their Capri is in 10th. And right now we've got Pinky's out up 3 laps on the field over Damson. About a 13-second gap between second and third place, with Glazed and Confused admittedly falling back just a little bit. Now that last lap, they did pick up a second. Low Bar Racing back about 7 laps from the lead in 4th place. And then we've got Simon Says behind them in 5th. And really any of these teams, it's any of these teams' race, really. Anything could happen. We've seen it time and again in these endurance races. It's so difficult to win them. So to see the same teams winning repeatedly is pretty unusual. But Pinky's out once again, queued up. Could very well work out for them this year that they're going to win this race.
They
It's a great
certainly have
shot.
it looks like they've got it, worked out.
Yeah.
But,
Looked
as of
that
now,
way for Visceral a couple of weeks ago, too.
It sure did. I
Exactly.
mean, they looked unstoppable, and just it took it was a fuse, a charged fuse that failed them. But boy, that's a great shot.
It happens.
Yeah.
I mean, these are mechanical creatures. You put them in, a very testing environment for an extended period of time, and they're all going to break at some point in time.
Well, you would think so, but we still have almost 90 people watching our show. We still haven't broken them yet.
Thank God.
Speaking of testing environments.
It could be very trying.
Yes, we are very trying all the time.
We be trying, very trying.
Oh, come on. It's a Saturday night. There's nothing else to do.
I mean, yeah. No, it's been 12 hours with us. What else have you got to do?
So temperatures beginning to fall there at the racetrack, 48 degrees outside. Temperatures supposed to, are forecasted to fall down to 26 tonight.
Woo.
So well below freezing. So if they think they're cold now, wait till it drops 20 degrees.
No, thank you.
Yeah, well, in about, 2 hours and 20 minutes, they'll be able to get some fuel.
A different kind of fuel.
Yeah, not that cold.
Did anybody mention that it's getting really dark out here?
Yeah, we
Nobody's
mentioned that.
listening to you, Bill.
I know that.
We
but
did.
It's getting
I know,
really,
it's
really dark.
hadn't
One thing
crossed our
that,
minds.
South Course does not have lighting outside. There's nothing along Midland and nothing in Mid-End, but out. It is really dark. And some of these guys
Hey, Bill. I'm sorry, we can't hear you. It's just a lot of, we hear the engines and it sounds like you're, like a bowl or something. Now we'll give.
Is that better?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's better. You were saying that it's really dark and we're not going to put any lights out. And so that's some of the bigger events. Champ Car will put lights out and to help illuminate the corners like at Road Atlanta. But they're not planning on doing that for this event. So that's the point I think Bill was driving at there with that.
Yeah, for the VIR 24, they'll put some additional lighting towers, but this race doesn't really, it's not run that long in the dark, so.
Right. Now they can deal with it for 2 hours, right? I mean, that's kind of the mindset, I guess. And it's going to be almost full moon, so I mean, they'll be fine.
Well, we do it every year, so it's not like it's something we've never done before and it's new.
It looks dark.
It works out.
Yeah.
I mean, look at all that light. Look at all that light in the sky. You can see the track great.
Absolutely.
It's not really that light out. It
No.
just seems that way. some of these other cameras might portray it a little bit better.
You can see the lights from the car behind him lighting up the inside of his car.
Yeah, that's more
Showing how
like it.
dark it is, yeah.
A look from our tower cam.
Racing that.
Yep. Pinky's out, still leading this race. What's that,
I've heard people say that. I've heard people say that racing in the day is fun, racing in the night is fun, but racing in the in between as it's transitioning is. I've heard lots of people say they find that more challenging because it's kind of ever changing conditions. I don't know.
Gotcha. Yeah, I could see that.
I guess maybe you get more sun in your eyes because it's going down or coming up, depending on what kind of race it is.
Well, Ryan Eversley, when we talked to him at Road to Atlanta early in the year, said he didn't like them adding lights.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah. He's like, your eyes are constantly having to adjust between the lighted part of the track and the not lighted part of the track. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose I could see that if it's too bright.
I think the thing that it hurts the most is your depth perception.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, this is one of the things about the wing mirror is, if you've got a car behind you, with the wing mirror, you've got 6 cars behind you.
Right. It's a little hard to
dancing all across those surfaces. So
sure.
I can't stand that.
Oh, I love
That's
it.
why I'll do one of these long acres instead or whatever because that it bugs me. Me and Paul are going to hear already.
What's that?
I said, me and Polly are going to fight about the mirror. I already know it.
Nah. I'm not
Don't you
fight
like the
about
wing mirror?
anything.
I've had the wing mirrors in the last 2 cars, but yeah, when we do dark racing, it just.
No, I don't. I drive. Most of the cars I drive have that convex concave mirror. That's fine. I could drive with that.
And what they have on Elon's cars, they have your regular. You have side mirrors, but they have another mirror that sits kind of right on top of it. That it's kind of a spot mirror, and I really like that because it's set up just to make sure like your blind spot is you can check it right before you turn in. So,
cool.
That's very helpful.
Yeah, cool.
We'll have to do something like that.
Yeah,
who's going to do the broadcast when we race?
Oh, I don't know. We'll get somebody to do it. I think Bill.
If you're using your mirrors, you're going too slow anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the deal. I mean, if you're gonna race next to people, we tell you to be predictable, stay on the racing line. So really, if you're up to any kind of speed at all with your fellow racers, you're not going to need to use your mirrors.
Those little mirrors, though, when I'm coming up on a car and I'm going to turn, I'm trying to see if they're going to turn in on me, if they see, that kind of like lets me, I guess I can kind of judge whether
you can confirm a pass with them. Is about it.
Yeah, that one's just that one spot that kind of like you can't see. You can kind of use it when you need it. You don't even need it very often at all, but when you do, it's nice to have.
Yeah.
Because with the helmet on, it makes your field of vision a little bit less. Also, you can't look out the side of your eyes quite as well.
Hey guys, so we got a car out there right now that's that is, you can't tell the number on it, and it's only got one tail light and one brake light. So we think that car has a Flagtronics unit in it. So we're going to, for the first time, we're going to use a black flag call to that car to see if he comes in.
Cool.
We're going to do a test on it, yeah. So
Or he
of course,
transforms into a
it's
motorcycle.
cool. Yeah, it's cool for us, but I bet for that driver, it's not too cool.
See your car number pop up on your flag.
No, I think it'll say flat. It'll say BF or something.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
It'll probably be the same reaction. What, me? Who? What?
Yeah. You keep looking at it and looking at it and looking at it.
The Alfred E. Newman line.
We're trying to figure out the car number, but their number's really dark or dusty or dirty. And every time they come by here, we can't see it. But it's an E30 dark color, and he has like a blue light on the roof.
He's got a what? What on the roof?
A blue light on the roof.
A blue light on the roof. So if any of you guys listening in YouTube land know who that is, let us know. That'd be helpful.
Well, I think they know there's a Flagtronics in it, so they might see more up in the tower than me standing here by the track. Here he comes around Oak Tree right now. Let's see what happens. It may take a lap because they were looking up the car number.
Back on board with the leader here. Again, shown about 3 laps up on the field is Pinky's out in the number 246. Sorry about that scratchy noise, guys. I don't know what that's all about. I'll just mute you there, Bill, so that goes away for now. Damson Racing shown in second place. Glazed and Confused is third. Low Bar Racing is now up to fourth, with Simon Says in fifth place. And the look from inside Low Bar is almost useless. Look at that, how dark it is.
So dark.
And the same with Bliss Racing. Not much to be seen there. You can see that it looks like he's still moving. But once the sun completely goes down, you won't even notice that.
Well,
Looks like he's heading up the front straightaway now in the Chevrolet Camaro.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a look from our tower cam. Pretty cool looking shots here. This will be a fun race to run. I've tried here and there to get into these little, I tried to do something with one of the teams last year for that end of the year North Course race. And all of us kind of lost interest. So we backed out of it. Due to a lack of interest, we've decided not to run a race at the end of the year.
I think Doc said he got muted.
Oh, we did? Okay. Let me get him fixed here. You go, sir. Sorry about that. Don't know. We got you.
Just trying to mute.
We got you unmuted. Oh, maybe that was it. I tried to mute Bill, and I got the wrong button. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Thanks, Tiffany, for...
You're welcome.
I didn't notice the alert there. So, latest news that's come our way. We've got the number 146 of Pinky's Out. If you're just joining us, lost a wheel up in turn 1, and that put them off the track. And without Race Hero, I can't really tell who's on and off and all of that. So I haven't heard anything else from that team about that car. And I don't know if, Tiffany, you got connection to Chris that maybe you could send a message and see how's the triage going on that machine. Have they been able to get it back out there? That would be interesting to know. Okay. But thank you for that. Before that, the big news was the NLS Racing machine blew an engine. I guess they didn't lose it. They lost parts of it, parts that they didn't want to lose.
Yeah, the moving parts of it.
The moving parts of it are gone. And so that creates a problem for them. They were able to get the car off the track safely and towed back. And so it doesn't look like they suffered any other damage other than the engine failure. So, but that's enough. And that's
generally enough.
That's bad. So they'll get it fixed and they'll be back out with us. But yeah, this is another engine failure, and it's pretty tough to take. They were doing really well, really well today, and really were poised to really take it to the Pinky's Out team for the win, but it didn't work out. So Pinky's Out, the heat taken off of them, has NLS dropped out with about a 3-lap lead on everybody. So coming up on 7 o'clock, and as we do, this is everybody on track right now has to have at least one more pit stop. They must make one more stop to relieve the driver because Champ Car rules, you're not allowed to drive the car more than 2 hours at a time. So we know that everybody's going to have to stop at least once. Certainly the majority of the field can't make it on fuel anyway. So they'll have to put fuel in the car and make a driver change, and then we'll see how that works out. Pinky's out, still out here turning very good lap times, 123 that last time through. And so they're still passing a lot of cars on every lap, which means that's that many more chances that something very bad could go wrong for them. So we'll keep an eye on that feed.
Juju on them. The Aero car is back out. I don't know exactly the scope of what was going on with it, but I'll let you know when I hear back from Chris. But yeah, it is back out on track.
Yeah, they're dropped down to 14th place. It
15th.
looks like. Yeah, well, there's an EC car in front of them. So.
Oh, look at you.
So somehow they managed to get that car fixed and back on the racetrack pretty quick.
Yeah,
that's good.
Sounds it doesn't sound like a hub. Maybe
hub failure.
They sheared a couple of studs, maybe.
Yeah, or maybe the lugs were loose and it just wobbled off of there. I don't know. That could be a situation where you'd zip on a new wheel and send them out.
Okay, it was a 287. Black flag for no lights in the back, or for only one light in the back. He saw the Flagtronics, so he's officially the first guy to get a Flagtronics black flag, and it worked. He did it. His response was, yeah, I didn't know if it was real or not. So it works.
That was the 287, you said, Bill?
Yep, 287. Yeah, he's done behind the wall.
Dash 107 team, yep.
Oh, that's interesting. All right. Well, thanks for that, Bill.
That is an EC car. Running neck and neck and have been for quite a while with Wade Data.
All right, Bill. I'm going to have to mute your microphone again. There's this weird scratchy stuff going on. I don't know what's up with
You think
that.
it's the wind?
I don't know.
No, it sounds too regular for the wind.
Okay. Well, that was my only guess.
No, we haven't really had that problem before. I don't know what's going on, but when he's talking, it seems to be okay. Anyway, we got, you can see how much smoke.
I think I know what it is. I have a bad cable.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mute myself, and it still keeps coming through the mute. I don't know why.
That's probably why, the cable, yeah.
So, yeah, even though I turn it down, it still comes through. So, sorry.
It's all right. So, you know what else is interesting here is that when they go through the when dust gets kicked up, it's just like being in a heavy fog. So they've got the dust being kicked up plus the night, the lack of light. It's just like a double whammy because it's dry enough out there that they're seeing drivers ahead of them getting into the dirt.
Well, of course, that was the problem at Road Atlanta with that heavy fog. Is everybody tells you when it's heavy fog you don't want to use your high beams because it just reflects the light back at you. Well, these race cars, in order to see at these dark tracks at night, that's all you have are high beams.
Mm-hmm. It's the brightest usually you can get away with, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That didn't work very well for the fog.
Pinky's out. What happened to the gain on that shot? He's running with somebody behind him, I guess. Because before you couldn't even see out the car.
Yeah. So, and cameras are really kind of weird the way that they sense light and adjust. They self-adjust. Where it's at in the car. There's a lot going on there. How close it is to the windshield. So. One car can look very different from another, and it's the same camera, but it's where it's placed. And for some reason, the camera that's in the Pinky's car is quite a bit better than the other ones that we've been following around.
Is that like a setting thing, possibly?
I think there's something called there's an eye that it looks out and it senses the light and then it adjusts.
Well, there's metering patterns.
Okay.
Like the GoPros, you can have spot metering, averaging metering, center weighted metering.
What does that mean?
It's the way the sensors are.
It's a light sensor, Doc? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's basically like it's a camera lens.
Uh-huh.
So with spot metering, you're telling the camera that you don't want to set priority on the interior of the car. You want to meter a very small area. That's why when you see the GoPros with the spot metering on, looking out the window, it's measuring what the outside light is.
Gotcha.
Whereas if you have it as a center meter, it's gonna sense what's inside the car.
And focus on that.
Yeah, and focus on that. It's gonna average that. So metering is.
Are you not seeing my cameras, or you can only see Huggins or mine?
No, I mean, Huggins' camera looks pretty decent, but that's not one of ours. Let me see, the Bliss one, and the other one is low bar. Those two are pretty dark, so we're not seeing too well from our cameras.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check the settings on that. I may not have them set correctly. We planned on doing something with the cars, but that didn't work. Again, it worked in testing, and then once we got it here, it just didn't want to fire up. So we're still working on lighting up the interior of these cars with some really cool things, but for some reason they're not working with our stuff. So we'll work on that and get it working.
You have to put one of those little lights that you break, and then it lights up. Put it in there. Like you take to the clubs. No?
Huh?
Anybody?
Do what?
Get those little light bars that you
for a rave to break out.
A light bar?
Remember, we don't want our equipment to interfere with the race, so we're really particular at what I use in the cars, so it doesn't interfere with the driver, his view, or his race. That's why we don't plug into the cars, stuff like that. So we add lights to it. We could actually distract the driver.
Do that, yeah.
Yeah. And plus, Huggins may have more lighting in his car than what our other cars have. So it looks like the 287 is back out on track with working taillights.
Can you turn your microphone down a little bit, Bill? You're really overdriven there, and that'll help.
All right, is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to let me know. I'm doing this by feel, not by sight, because it's dark.
Whatever.
Sound is by sight. Okay, cool.
Can I explain to you how dark it is? Can I use my vocabulary? I'm standing next to Ray Frank. Ray is wearing a reflective yellow fireman jacket, and because it's really cold out here. And I bet Ray's nice and warm. How you doing out here, Ray?
Oh, it's good, man. Good race.
Yep. So anything in particular you saw through the tech inspections this weekend that you think teams should be looking at future races?
Just your fire bottles. Make sure they're in date. You got to have them serviced every 2 years. Have them looked at real good. We did have an extreme test of a roll cage and safety devices today. We had a car roll over several times, and it seemed like everything worked. Seat worked well. Belts, of course, all of it's junk now, but the guy walked away, and he's in good shape, and they're going to build another car.
Awesome.
How's the electronic logbook working, Ray?
How's the electronic logbook working for you guys?
Oh, we like it. It's I'm an old guy, so it's kind of hard to get used to, but I'm getting there, and it's good. It's going to be a great system along with our tech desks that's come on to make all our rules clearer to the general population, public. All our members keep them well informed.
All right, guys.
But good. All right, we're going back to Paulie because he said all right.
Yeah, I get it.
Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, guys. I got a break for commercial here, so stay with us. We'll be back in just a few short minutes. It's Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Back in a minute.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hey guys, this is Chad Thornton, and on behalf of Racing Radios, welcome to the 2020 Champ Car Endurance Series. Since 1979, Racing Radios has pioneered communication systems for the sport of racing. With a long-running history and passion for motorsports, Racing Radios supports those who build it, run it, break it, fix it, and run it again, pushing the limits of what's possible with the resources available. We built Racing Radios on these same values. As a 2020 Champ Car sponsor, Racing Radios will provide our experienced support team and trailer at select Champ Car events throughout the year. Free gear and exclusive discounts for the winners of the Racing Radios 14 Hours of Charlotte event. And most importantly, 15% off orders for all Champ Car teams. It's time to kick off 2020 right. Build it, bring it, race it, get out there and go racing. Visit racingradios.com and click on the Champ Car registration button to get your 2020 team discount code.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Yep. Welcome back, everyone, to Virginia International Raceway here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. That's right. It's Pinky's out swap in the pits now. Looks like for their final pit stop. Looks like they're doing some last-minute repair here before they send their final driver out.
Sounds like an air gun.
I know zip ties are involved.
It's a race car.
What's the time say? Go! Go! Go!
I mean, that is a challenge too. Is, now it's dark, right? And if they gotta fix something, it's harder to see it.
Yeah, there's teams that show up. I don't know if Bill can hear us, but there's some teams that show up with some pretty cool lighting rigs that they can use to help light the pits. And I think that's one of the things that sponsored Bill's car, that zip line. I think there's a pole it's like an L-shaped pole you stick out and has lights mounted to it.
I thought that was like a welding boom.
Is that all it is? A welding boom, zip line?
Yeah.
That could be.
Yeah, hold on. You there?
Yep.
Hold on. Yep. So that's Zipline Welding Boom up in Pennsylvania. They actually make these booms that they use to keep the all your cables for welding off the shop floors or the factory floors. So Gene actually made this for us. It's using parts for it, and it actually clamps to jersey barriers, the pit walls, all kinds of different ways that you can clip it to guardrails, the whole bit, even clamps to the really odd guardrails they have at Nelson Ledges. And it works really, really well. The lighting is amazing for pit stops, and he actually sells them too. So ziplineweldingbooms.com, and if you want to check him out, or just pop me an email and I'll get you his information. But it's a really neat system. The Department of Transportation from a couple of states have bought a bunch of them so they can use them when they're working on freeways. And it's an amazing little setup, easy to set up, and very portable. So that's it. Really cool.
Go. Yeah, cool. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate that. Yeah, and we obviously saw a picture there of, I think, one of the Hondas there with a lot of smoke coming out from all different orifices, and also getting some messages from Andrea here. So I think she's saying the 549 is in the pits. Let me look that up real quick for you.
It's Appalachian
yeah.
Analytical Phoenix.
That's it looks like they're in the pits. It will not turn over. They can't get it started. After a painful 3 or 4 minutes of trying to get it started, they were finally up and headed back out onto the track. So great. That's great news for the Phoenix guys. And we got a great picture here that somebody sent me of Huggins in the pits, getting that last pit stop. So you kind of get an idea of some of the lighting that they're using there.
Yeah, we got lighting going just to do the fuel.
Yep.
It does work out if you can see where you're putting that fuel nozzle, I guess. Better.
Yeah, I don't think I've got it quite in view. You can see the guy with the fire bottle also has a flashlight.
It's a good call.
So that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. They've done this before.
Pretty dang bright one, too.
Yeah. Impressive. Very impressive flashlight.
So we've got Damson Racing now back in the lead with Glazed and Confused
that'll
in
be
second.
the new thing on the fire extinguisher, a light already built into it.
Ooh, I like it. Because then you'd be facing.
Well, at least taped onto the fire extinguisher hose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this guy was holding it. I'm not sure. Get in tighter on that, see what he had going on there. But, yeah, it looks like he was holding it along with the hose.
The fire extinguisher hose, yeah.
Like, I'm always the last one to the party. Like, I'm figuring things out at the end.
You're making this way too hard on yourself, Paulie.
Oh, well, that's my goal. Let's make this as complicated as we possibly can.
Think simple.
You just don't know me very well, do you? No, you really don't.
Overcomplicate things?
I've never been accused of that before. Never. Never. All right, so
What would your wife say?
nothing. She just shakes her head and walks out.
Smart.
Yeah, I mean, even my soon-to-be daughter-in-law, she's already rolling her eyes at me. I'm like, okay.
So something Tiffany,
she barely knows me.
Tiffany said right before we went to commercial, in a reply to Bill, just cracked me up. She says, "Yeah, so Bill's using feel to adjust audio. Got it."
Yeah. That is a good point.
Almost slipped it right past us.
Yeah.
I happened to catch it.
Oh, shoot. I did miss
it. Was
it.
one of those, oh, yeah, right.
It's dark. I can't. I mean, in all reality, you probably can't.
But to set my audio, yeah.
Oh,
I thought it
well.
was funny.
And you wonder why this show has.
Well, isn't that what you do, Doc? Is that kind of stuff? I mean, just feel around until you see it?
Or make stuff up. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I've said to do my best work in the dark, but, that was probably a long time ago.
That's not what Amy says.
So they're saying they're in 10th place. Oh, the Turbo Tater Racing team is in 10th place. Adam Johnson, also a fan. I got quite a few of the Turbo Tater team fans watching the feed. A lot of people chiming in about the Volkswagen.
I'm so glad we finally got their name straight, though, because there was a Tater and then there was a Tartar, and now we know that is an acronym for Triangle Auto.
Yeah, it's like Triangle Auto Repair.
So do you guys want an update on what's going on here at the track?
Nah.
Sure.
Who knows that?
We can't really see. We just see we have about 4, make it 3 cars on pit lane. The 141 just pitted. So they're putting fuel in and a new driver. We have the Acura Integra for Simon Says is in. They're putting a new driver in. They're having to back up their car for some reason. Oh, they had to back it up a bit so they could put fuel in it. They went a little too far forward. So they're putting fuel in a driver in Simon Says. We've got the 727 Neon. Who would race a Neon? Really? No. Neon, they just did a fuel stop and a driver change. So they're headed out now. Got a couple more cars coming in right now. They're sitting at pit in as they
don't make fun of those Neons.
I know.
Pretty good.
I couldn't see the number on that one. It's a white Miata A-Class. Just went down the road here. Pit lane. To the other side, there's an E30 just rolled in. It is the number 320, 620, 820, 820.
One of those 20s.
Yep.
Yeah.
Might not even be a 20.
You've got lights on the side of the number panel, so it only really highlights the 0. It gets darker as it goes across the number, so it's 820. So they just pitted.
That's DIPA Sport.
Yep. So that's about it. It's really dark down here. Somebody just stood in front of me. I think that's Ray Frank. Yep.
I'm just guessing that DIPA is an acronym since it's all capitalized.
Yeah, DIPA. That's what it means, DIPA.
Yeah, somebody's got to tell us what it's an acronym for.
So they got their lights on in the car while they're doing their pit stop. You think it's a battery-powered light? Yeah.
Yeah, we mount one.
Yeah, I had one in the Miata, too.
The guy has his gloves on, too. Ray.
We figured we should have a light for the driver to help him buckle himself up.
Yeah.
The driver took his gloves off, and they got the fuel cap off the car.
We use those free Harbor Freight, the free blue ones that only cost you about $100 a visit.
For the free ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
The driver's getting yelled at for not having his gloves on. These prima donna acronym racing
there, Bill?
drivers, these acronym racing drivers, they tend to want to get in their cars and, have or get out of their cars, take their stuff off in the car, and then get out.
Yeah.
That's the way you do it.
You can, as long as you're not putting fuel in the car.
Yeah.
Well, they seem to want to do it when they're putting fuel in the car.
Oh, yeah, that's a no-no.
That's a bozo super no-no.
Hey, when this race is over, I'm going to record all this stuff because we don't have really good connection around the backside where we're going to do the impound. So I'll record it. We'll post it up tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Or tonight, one of the two.
Please turn your microphone on.
Yeah, really.
I know you will.
I know. Yeah, I've got fresh batteries in it too.
Sweet.
Wow.
Hey, man. Mike went all out. He let me go to the dollar store to buy some AAA batteries, brand new ones.
$11.
He said I only buy 4.
That's going
So we're
all out.
back.
Cool. Well, that's great. I hope you got some Krispy Kreme donuts while you were there, too. Did you pick up any Krispy Kreme donuts while you were there?
Now, ours doesn't sell Krispy Kreme donuts.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
They sell that around here. We used to have a couple Krispy Kreme stores here.
Remember, it's a dollar store, so it's probably Krispy Kreme.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something
with
else.
a C.
Right.
You know where their world headquarters is, right?
Oh, here we go.
Winston-Salem, North Carolina, baby.
YouTube feed. Check out the chat. Dippa.
Hey, one of the Porsches just came in, the silver one.
Oh, it's a double IPA.
It's a double
Nice.
IPA. Yeah. Sorry, Bill, we got an answer on Dippa. It's a double IPA. It's a style of beer. Anyway,
So it looks like the 986 may have had a little bit of contact, so they're looking over the car. Yeah, it looks like the rear got hit a little bit.
one of the 2 flat 6 entries. That's one of the Boxsters.
I'm not a big fan of double IPAs, but hey, I'm all for beer.
Right, I can barely handle the single ones.
And that's who spun at turn 3. Okay, so the Porsche is the one that spun at turn 3. Gotcha. All right, I'm going to mute you here, Bill, for that lovely cable problem that you're having. Pinky's out, still leading here at VIR. Quick check of the time shows we got an hour and 40 minutes left. Pinky's out flashes their lights at the competitor just ahead. They line up track left so that Pinky's out can go to the right, but I'm not sure they really got the power to get by there going into turn 1. But go ahead, Bill.
So the 186 looks like it may have rear-ended that Porsche 986, and because they've got a whole bunch of bent up front nose on this car, whereas the Porsche had a big bent rear end on it, bumper area.
Yeah.
So they're taking a look at it. Looks like something may have come loose in this car. Looks like the battery may have come loose a little bit, so they're going to figure out how to bolt that thing down again.
Yeah, the Eurocar.
That's the Eurocar Volkswagen.
The Eurocar with that 186, it keeps freaking me out with that car number because I'm thinking it's somebody else that it isn't.
I know. Who is the 186?
I'm trying to remember who has that car number.
I can look it up real quick. I know it's somebody, but I swear I can't think of it.
Well, it has to be someone.
Well, that's a good point.
But I'm thinking there's a duplicate number. There's somebody else that carries that 186. Who would it be? I don't know. I'm drawing a blank. But
hang on, I'm gonna find it.
I'm pretty sure it's Tyler Pedersen.
Oh yeah, that's.
I'm just kidding. It's Tyler's number.
It's Tyler.
Yeah.
It's also auto body specialist.
Some duplicates out there.
And it's Endurance Eagle Racing.
It depends on the
A Million Ways to Die.
The division that you're in.
Red Rooster Racing. And Team Integrator.
Yeah, I've had 999 numbers. You'd be surprised that all those guys are picking that same. It's not like we have that many teams out there, but.
Integrator. Yes, it's our dear friend Tyler.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've got Glazed and Confused shown in the lead. Then we've got Pinky's out in the swap card. Damson Racing is in 3rd. Low Bar Racing is 4th. 7G Motorsport is 5th. Simon Says is next. with Skid Mark Racing in 7th. Then it's Elite Motorsports, Freddie Mercury, and Turbo Tater in 10th.
Turbo Taters work their way back up.
Yep.
The internet will be happy.
No Panic Racing in their Porsche Boxster in 11th place there. I think that's the highest running Boxster. Yeah. There you go. And to see that Capri doing so well and the Volkswagen, it does your heart good because it's, the cars are a bit unusual in the sport. So it's pretty cool to see that.
Well, I mean, the one thing that affects is spare parts. There's just not going to be a lot of people you can lean on.
Yeah.
Out at the track.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I used to vintage race, and you have that problem. It just depends on, if you got a passion for the car, it's cool. If it begins to wean, you just switch cars. But it's when you really like the car, it's a lot of fun because it's unique.
Oh yeah,
and I used to get a lot of attention because it was a unique car. That was part of the fun, was that it was unusual. Give you something to talk about anyway. All right, so
well, Lord knows we don't have enough of that.
This is true. This is true. A quick rundown of what's happened so far today with this race at VIR South, the 12 hours of VIR. It was Hound Dogs that lost a transmission early on. Bimmerline had contact with Pinky's Out, the 246 car that's currently in second place. And that did some damage to both cars, but especially the Bimmerline car. Then it was Hugh Jazz with fuel pump issues, seemingly from the very beginning. They just couldn't get a clean lap out of that car. Lots of problems with it, and they never really were able to get that car motivated. We've got, there was contact on track for RVA Graphics and Wraps heading down into turn 8 with another competitor. It really took him out of the race with a lot of suspension damage in the back of the car there. This was the same car that won the championship title just a few weeks ago. Then it was Skid Mark Racing that was black flagged from the lead for contact, and Pinky's Out took the lead at that point. Pinky's Out was then also black flagged for contact. And so at the very beginning of the race, there was a lot of concern from control about some of the front runners being, in their opinion, apparently either overly aggressive, and they were sat for about 4 minutes. So they lost a lot of time in the pits, but they've managed to come back from that. Then we had Gleason Confused leading at 11:20, and at 1:10, it was the Bimmerline car rolling over in turn 12, quite spectacularly, I might add, when they got into contact with NLS Racing, which was subsequent. Bimmerline had kind of lost control of the car as they went into the corner. And then we had, at 1:35, we had Pinky's Out taking the lead of the race. Damson Racing took over the lead at 3 o'clock as 3:30 came around. It was Pinky's back in the lead. They were sort of trading spaces as both took advantage of their different strategies in the pits. And at 4:12, NLS Racing experienced a significant engine failure. And when that engine let go, and that took them out of the race. And then it was not too long after that, the sister car of the leader, the number 146 of Huggins Pinky's Out, lost a wheel and put them off in turn 1. Now, they've apparently repaired that and gotten the car back out onto the racetrack, according to the news we have now. So that gets you up to speed pretty much. Now, Pinky's Out was leading pretty significantly before they came in for what we would judge to be their final pit stop.
Aero car's in. Look, I don't know what they're doing. There's a lot of steam coming out of the engine at one point. But it looks like they're checking the oil, put a new driver in, washing the windows.
Okay, we're losing you, Bill. I think that cable's just really going south on you.
I think he said the Aero car.
Yeah, he was talking about the Aero car.
The Aero car is in pit lane.
Okay. All right, so just to finish real quick here. So what we had was Pinky's Out was leading by about 3 laps there, heading towards those final round of pit stops. And then they came in. Glazed and Confused has taken the lead, but we're expecting they're going to have to make another pit stop at least before the end of the race. Some of these guys are a little bit off strategy. They can't quite run the full 2 hours to make it every 2 hour pit stop. So their strategy's off a little bit. And so we're expecting to see Pinky's Out retake the lead once Glazed comes in for their final pit stop. So that's a quick rundown and snapshot of what's happened so far in the race today. All right, we go back on board with Pinky's Out.
Great recap.
Oh, thanks. That and Bill just pointing out the sister car of Pinky's Out, the number 146 is in the pits right now. The Aero car, they're working on that. As we're getting close to the bottom of the hour here, the clock's just running. The laps are going, and anything can happen in this last hour and a half of racing. So stay with us, folks. We're going to take a quick break for commercial, and then we'll be back here in just a moment. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Back in a moment.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen Rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, and Tiffany Alexander here, as we're winding down to the final hours, minutes of the race here at the VIR 12 on the South Course. And it's Pinky's Out, still leading the race here with about an hour and 28 minutes left unofficially here in the race.
So that would tell us Glazed and Confused has stopped.
Fair enough.
Most likely.
Yep. So Pinky's Out, shown with a 2-lap lead over the field now, with Damson Racing in second place, with Glazed and Confused is in second. Damson is in third, with Lobar in fourth. 7G Motorsport is in fifth. Simon Says is sixth. Skidmark Racing is seventh. Elite Motorsports Racing is eighth. Freddie Mercury is ninth. And Turbo Tater Racing is in 10th. Okay. I'm reading your message here,
Okay.
Tiffany. You're having trouble with your internets.
Yeah, it's just like it's freezing from time to time. So y'all will be in mid-sentence and then it pauses and I can't hear like what the end of your sentence was or when you stopped. So
Yeah, I can hear a little bit of artifacting coming through on your feed too, so I can see you're having a little trouble out there.
Who?
Artifacting.
is that the technical term?
It's probably not the right term.
Like we would know any different.
That's what I was thinking.
It's used. The term is used more in video, I think, than audio. But it's what I'm going to call it because it's just not.
It sounds
clean.
technical. I'd stick with it.
Okay, we'll roll with it.
It's been officially approved.
Bliss Racing's got to be pretty happy. You know, they've been after it all day long. With that Camaro, they've stayed out there, and that's no easy feat at all. And some of these guys, one of the guys is from California. It's not exactly a seasoned team, you know, well-worn team like the RVA guys or the Pinky's Out guys.
I don't know. Bliss has been with us for many, many years.
Oh, well, never mind then. Everything I just said, forget that. That was stupid. I don't know why I said that.
Well, I mean, since 2017.
They're in 29th place in that Camaro, so that's cool. Low Bar Racing, also having a good day of it. Team that's raced in multiple series, also racing with us perhaps for the first time this weekend. Is that the gist that I was getting?
Well, let's see. Bliss does about 5 races a year with us.
No, I was talking about Low Bar.
Oh. Now, well, Low Bar's that team new to Champ Car, as it were.
Yeah. Gets off into the dirt there a little bit. They're having a good run of it as well, finding themselves
very difficult to see.
in 4th place right now. You can kind of make out when they're on the main straightaway because you can see the tower.
That may be all you can see.
That's right.
And you see the lights coming in different directions, like towards you, because the other people are in a different part of the track. It's like, oh, is he going the wrong way?
Yeah, they're heading through turn 4 here, I believe. They're going to be going uphill to turn 5, which is a right-hander. And that'll take them back around. I'm pretty sure that turn 6 comes after turn 5. So
fingers crossed.
they'll head downhill.
You'd want it to, that's for
If
sure.
they end up at a different turn, that's bad.
It might be new math. I don't know.
Heading downhill now towards turn number 8. and 9, which is the Oak Tree corner. Making that right-hander, taking him back onto the front straightaway here. You'll see the pit in just off to the left, as well as the tower as well off to the left as the pits are on that side. There they go. Back on board with pinkies out, a little bit easier to see.
Yeah, that camera has got a better viewing, definitely. Who is this so bright to his right?
I don't know. This team's been in pretty good shape this race, but they've actually had they've had some hiccups though. And usually in this kind of in Champ Car these days, you can't afford to make any mistakes. You're not going to win the race, but they've been so dominant out here that they've made some mistakes, but they've recovered from them. They've found themselves in the black flag penalty for contact. They sat for 4 minutes for that. They had contact with the Bimmerworld car. That was a separate incident, and they fell several positions as a result of that contact too.
I mean, it's definitely been a challenging day for them.
But they have persevered. They have recovered.
They have.
And they're shown up on the field by 2 laps as another competitor comes by.
Oh my goodness, a party has broken out like 2 doors down. That must be where the internet went. They pushed it all up.
There you go. That's where your internet's at.
Dang, your neighbors are pretty far away. That must be a hell of a party.
You can feel the bass in the house.
No kidding.
I can't even see that house.
I was
never
going
been
to
able.
say, your neighbors are hundreds of feet away.
It's crazy how far away that house is, and I can hear it. Yeah.
And they're siphoning all your internets.
Well, it's a venue. It's a house, but it's a venue, so they do weddings and things like that. So, yeah. So they're having a party.
So Margot's saying Damson team was unable to get the camera up back online during their last pit. Well, thanks for trying, though. We appreciate it.
Yeah, and thanks for passing along the info. I was checking on that camera periodically. I won't continue to do that. Go back and take a look at the weather situation right now. Down to 44 degrees is the temperature there in Alton, Virginia.
So I believe that's the sister car right in front of them, the 146. Looked a lot like it.
Did it get back out there? It had another issue, right? After the wheel, there was something else. Didn't Bill say the Aero car was in? Maybe it was
yeah. He said the car was in the pits, but
I believe that's in front, though.
Yeah, they may have been scheduled or something. So
that's good.
It's possible because they would have been at that. It wasn't that far away from the end of the race, so maybe.
Yeah,
they were off sequence. They were off sequence there, Tiff, because they had lost that wheel. I mean,
well, that does change your sequence a bit.
That car messed things up for those guys. So they had a little bit of time banked there from getting on the track late in the previous stint.
Right. So you might as well go until as long as you can to see if a caution comes out. There's no reason to pit
exactly.
earlier.
Run it all the way to the wire and then bring them in. Hour and 20 minutes looks like the remainder here. I imagine team owners in the car right now, in the lead car. Well, the competitor steps on the brakes as they head into the pits, but not pinkies out. They're going to stay out, safe to say, for the remainder of the race as he heads up the front straightaway towards turn 1 again.
They have really been dominant in the second half of this race. I mean, since, what was it? NLS fell out, they've really just been up there. Pinky's out and Damson. And Glazed and Confused. Just that top three has just been dominant.
I remember what it was. Billiam wanted me to mention something. Let me look through my notes.
Well, I wanted to talk a little bit about sound.
Maybe that was it.
Yeah, because we need to.
Yeah.
What is NCM? Because I know they check sound there.
Yeah, we've been a little lax lately, except of course at Laguna Seca.
Yeah, it's going to be tighter
anyway,
this time.
we've kind of noticed the sound creeping up on a lot of these cars. So
ChampCar
Bill went out and bought a really expensive sound meter, like $20, I think, Chinese.
I think it's like 20. I think it's like 96 dB is the ChampCar limit.
Yeah.
And so we need to hit that. We can't go over that at NCM. They're clamping down, and they've had problems, since they opened up the facility with the neighbors.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some permanent neighbors that have mounted dB meters.
Yeah.
So.
That's one of the reasons I wanted to move very close to the racetrack, because I could be one of those neighbors who did not care about it. Right. If the people start complaining, I can go in there and argue with them. I live right down the street too, and it's fine. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's music to my ears.
Right. That sounds a lot better than the boom, boom, boom from 2 doors over, right?
Bass feed you're getting.
That's right. And they don't steal my internets.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I love it when I get up in the morning and go out and have a cup of coffee outside. It's all, natural, because we're way out in the middle of nowhere, it feels like. And then I can hear the cars in the background. I'm like, just, little bird chirp and, a GT3 going down the back straightaway. It's beautiful.
There are worse things you could be listening to, for sure. So that's good. So we're here at Virginia International Raceway. It's the South Course, a 1.65-mile, 9-corner circuit. We come to VIR 3 times a year. We're here for the full course. We run the 24-hour race. And then at the end of the year, we run the North Course. It's the only circuit in the season where we return 3 times.
Yeah, the North Course is normally a 7, I think.
Sounds right. Wait, I got it right here. Yes. No, 8 + 7 this year.
An 8 + 7, yeah. So Margaret's saying John Adams is the driver with Damson right at the moment.
Yeah, 8 + 7.
He has honors to cross the finish line.
That's nice. Looks like the Pinkies Out team may have caught back up with their sister car as they're working around the racetrack.
Sure, let him run interference.
Well, and of course, when you're in a race car at night, the landscape changes quite a bit. And we've heard some drivers say about Nelson Ledges, which can be a little bit intimidating for some drivers. They find themselves, in some cases, less fearful at night because they can't see.
Yeah, what you can't see can't hurt you.
So it's a little bit less intimidating, but typically we see lap times creep up a little bit at night. The depth perception is off, so that affects the confidence a little bit, and so they back off a little bit. Not much, though. Just maybe
Not
a second
much,
or
yeah.
two.
Here about 2 seconds.
Yeah. Our leader's running a 128 on that last lap. They were running 120s in the daylight. But
I think that's just because they can right now.
Could be.
I saw him earlier. He was like 123s.
You look at Glazed and Confused. Their fastest lap time's a 122, and they just turned in a 124. That's about normal.
Damson's at a 124.
Yeah.
7G's a 125, so.
Right, they're right in step with kind of what we typically see at night, right? They usually just about 2 seconds
Pinky's
off.
out's loafing a little bit.
They've earned the right to loaf a little bit, right?
Yes, they have earned the right to loaf.
We'll have to get them like a little sandwich of, with my nice loafy bread and the little pinky with the hands with the little finger, baby finger out.
Go to that much trouble. Thank you.
Shirts would be the best. You can hand out a shirt if you're no loafing. That would be great. The No Loafing Award goes to the guy that sets the FTD for the event.
Right. I love it.
Fastest time of the day, FTD. Sorry, I'm throwing out acronyms, and I don't even like it when other people do it. So I got to explain it.
Yeah.
It means fastest lap time of the day. The team with the fastest lap time of the day, that driver. All right.
Major bragging rights.
Yeah, it's fun.
Have you ever got an FTD, Polly?
No, I've never had anything that was
that's
that,
I'm usually just trying not to be like the slowest one on the team. It's usually my goal.
Well, I've had FTD of the team, but not for the track. I mean, not for the event, Yeah, I've been pretty, I've had some good laps.
We're winding this one down. Just barely over an hour left. Do you think that Pinky's out can hold on to it?
Well, certainly they could. You can be sure that none of these teams back in the the top 5, the rest of them aren't going to give up. They're expecting they're going to certainly put their best foot forward and drive as hard as they can and see what happens here. Because
you never know.
As we saw at Sonoma just a few weeks ago, that the leaderboard can change quickly, and in the last minutes, a team that seems so dominant and have complete control of the race can suddenly falter. And
Doesn't take much.
40 minutes from the end, Versal Racing Group was done. There was no returning to the racetrack, and they didn't run into anybody. They didn't hit anything. They didn't drive off the racetrack. It wasn't anything like that. It was just an electrical problem, And they couldn't figure out what the problem was. They couldn't fix it to get back out there. And this is a veteran team.
Well, and I don't know if everybody knows the story, but it was a little bit of corrosion on a bladed fuse.
Yeah. Obviously something that can happen to anybody that isn't running glass
Something
fuses.
you wouldn't think of checking.
No.
I mean, a fuse, you look at it, and it's still fusing.
Right? And there's a bunch of them.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them, yeah.
There's a bunch of them, that's right.
But it doesn't take but one of them to stop working. They can cause major problems.
That's something else I guess we got to go and replace now. All the fuses.
It's always something.
It's always something, Rosanna. If it's not one thing,
Rosanna,
it's something
Dana?
else. Rosanna, Dana. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
If it's not one thing, it's something else.
There's a lot of truth to that.
Yeah, these dang cars got a lot of moving parts. And some of them don't even move.
Yeah, and so many of these teams, we were talking about the Subarus looking for somebody was asking, does anybody know of a team that's running a Subaru in the series successfully, for a long period of time? And I remembered Swampfoot was one of the teams I had interviewed, and they had been running with us for quite a few years, but they only run a couple races a year. And so you don't hear much from them. There's so many teams that are like that.
Didn't Tyler start out with a Subaru?
Yeah. Yeah, the Imprezas. And he had at one point, he told me I have 9 engines because he had gone through so many engine failures, learned a lot, but just got tired of working on the car at the track all the time, wanted something more reliable, and finally moved to the E30. I wish I could say that's where all of his problems stopped and everything was easy from there forward, but that wasn't the case at all. It's still a big challenge, as you know. But it did solve some problems, maybe created some new ones for him. But I think he's
got some decent finishes in that car.
Yeah, some decent finishes for sure. Looked really strong at Indianapolis. Just about won that.
He won a day out at Laguna Seca.
Yeah, that was a little while back. Won at the Michigan, the MIS race, the sprints we were doing there. Won a few of them there, and just about won at Indy last year, but the tires kind of went away on the car. He just couldn't keep pace with the premium dude's car on day 2. And so, boy, that race, that was a wild race, that day 2 race. If you guys haven't seen it, you got to go back and watch it on our YouTube channel, because there's some wild things that happened, especially towards the end there, that really threw that race up into the air. Didn't know who was going to come out on top there, but premium dudes came away with the win. And so, yeah, it was pretty close there. Tyler just about won that race.
So close.
These races are hard to win. And more,
Yeah,
I think, more
like
difficult
most
to
men
win.
just pointed out, there's just no substitute for diligent prep.
Right. And I think what I noticed early on is you can have a team that does really well in a race, and then they have mechanical issues at the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And then they have a good race, and then they have issues on the next one. And it's like you don't really have it. You know you're really doing something right when if you can make 3 good races in a row.
Right.
Then you know you got it.
If you remember, Pinky's Out had a transmission problem years ago.
Oh, yeah, the clutch issues. Yeah.
Yeah, and just could not finish a race.
Right.
And they finally figured out that problem, and boom, rattled off many wins in a row.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, that's what makes it so tough, and most men still commenting, and you got to be fast. Yeah. You kind of need, your race has to go better than everybody else's. That's the only way it works. And that's how you win them. So you got to put all that stuff in place somehow, and it's not just the car, and it's not just the driver, and it's everything. It's the whole package, the strategy, everything. It has to go better than everybody else. That's all.
That's a lot of variables coming together.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes the win so sweet, because it is so difficult. There's so many cars out there and everything, and it's just anybody can come up and get you. So to win it, it's not easy.
Absolutely not.
I've raced in different series and won races and all of that, but winning a race in Champ Car is far more satisfying because of that. You know, it's because the mountain that you're climbing to get there is far more challenging.
If nothing else, there's so many more competitors.
That's definitely a part of it. Yep.
I mean, at Daytona, there's going to be 120 cars starting.
Right.
That means your race has to go better than 119 of them.
Yeah.
You want to win.
That's right. That's right.
I mean,
Cars coming into the pits for the final time as we're winding down to that final hour of racing.
Dun, 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 dun.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
My neighbors are listening to Sexy and You Know It. I can tell by the bass line. This is the loudest DJ I've ever heard them have.
So funny. And this
Especially
is usually,
since they're forever away.
well, this is usually the part where the teams in the pits are packing up and they're kind of starting to get about starting to get ready to pack up and pull
Yeah,
stuff
your
back
last
to the
pit stalls
trailer.
are done, so you can break down the easy up if there's no threat of rain.
Right. Put the gas cans away.
Yep, put the fuel cans away. Fill up your tow vehicle if you can.
Mm-hmm. Make sure the beverages are on ice.
Oh, yeah. Especially the I can't. Yeah, no, don't even try, Polly.
Celebratory. I don't want to hurt myself.
Yeah, exactly. You might strangle them.
Celebratory?
Celebratory drinks.
Celebratory.
Yep. Temperatures.
Absolute requirement.
Temperatures at the racetrack holding firm at 44 degrees. And I was watching.
So you might need a koozie to, but chances are you can leave your beer out. It'll stay cool enough.
I was watching one of the pit crewmen a little bit earlier on one of our other cameras here. They were just kind of jumping up and down, short hops up and down, trying to stay warm down there in the pits.
Yeah, when it gets that cold, you use the koozie to keep your hands warmer rather than the beverage cold.
Exactly. Road Atlanta was like that.
Uh-huh. That's what I was thinking. I was like, I'm putting this on here because my hand is freezing.
Road Atlanta was also nice and warm with the bourbon that was flowing in our trailer.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Sorry. If you know Arjun, like I know Arjun, there's always something hard alcohol flowing. They seem to have been hooked lately on Manhattans.
Okay. I know where to cruise by before we're done packing up.
And of course, my birthday is often.
It's always a celebration.
Yeah. And I have a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
Pinky's out making the move down the inside, passes two cars heading up into turn one here. Makes a nice clean pass.
NCM, there's a talk of a potluck dinner.
Really? When?
Friday night.
Yeah.
Instead of Mexican?
That's what Thursday night's all about.
Well, if we do the Friday night thing, maybe we can still get in a friendly competition on the carts to.
Oh yeah.
Go for the Commentators Cup.
Saturday night we can always do Mexican.
Yeah, true.
There's a place that we went to last year, not very far at all from the track. It was a great place.
Oh yeah. That's a place we normally go to when I go. But
yeah, you head out and instead of taking that right to go to the museum, you just keep going straight.
Mm-hmm.
It's right at the end of it.
Yep. Their food is really good.
Yeah.
They have a lot of just regular tables that they can move around and make huge rooms for us.
Yeah.
That's part of the fun of going to the racetrack is enjoying the the atmosphere, going around to some of the restaurants, and that's all part of it, isn't it?
Yeah, with the other teams. Gosh, we had probably last year, 30 of us?
Yeah, probably 30, 40 people show up. They're like, how many in your party? We're like, probably about 40. And they're like,
yeah.
All right, so now that we've got everybody briefed on our itinerary for 2 weeks from now, we're going to break for commercial, and we'll come back and pick up the final hour of this event. So stay with us, everybody. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Stay with us.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You could do it.
The path to I Did It starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hey guys, this is Chad Thornton, and on behalf of Racing Radios, welcome to the 2020 Champ Car Endurance Series. Since 1979, Racing Radios has pioneered communication systems for the sport of racing. With a long-running history and passion for motorsports, Racing Radios supports those who build it, run it, break it, fix it, and run it again, pushing the limits of what's possible with the resources available. We built Racing Radios on these same values. As a 2020 Champ Car sponsor, Racing Radios will provide our experienced support team and trailer at select Champ Car events throughout the year. Free gear and exclusive discounts for the winners of the Racing Radios 14 Hours of Charlotte event. And most importantly, 15% off orders for all Champ Car teams. It's time to kick off 2020 right. Build it, bring it, race it, get out there and go racing. Visit racingradios.com and click on the Champ Car registration button to get your 2020 team discount code.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
And welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Doc Waldrop, Tiffany Alexander, Bill Strong, bringing you the closing minutes of this race. About an hour left here. Jenny wanted me to scroll down through the listings.
We're not far from putting this one in the books.
Yeah. So Jenny wanted me to scroll down through the listing here of those that are running beyond the top 10. Sorry, our little scroller's busted, so we can't. Actually, there's nothing wrong with it.
I hate when my scroller busts.
It's always a thing, isn't it? Now, there's a problem. I was just talking to Mike Chiswick. He said there's a problem at the Race Hero end. Their system is down, so that's why we don't have our Race Hero with our auto-scrolling blah, blah, blah that we had made for us. So sorry about that. But, yeah, you can follow along with your favorite teams by going to race-monitor.com on the web, and then just click on the 12 hours of VIR South event there, the Champ Car event, and then you can see all your favorite teams and keep track of them.
So most men said, sounds like you guys have done this a few times.
Yeah.
Yes, I have many birthdays.
Per weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much every weekend you go to the racetrack, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes Atlanta, I think I had 3 birthdays.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's so funny.
There's Mexican restaurants if they follow our calendar closely, they'll discover that last year his birthday was in June. What do you mean March?
He was adopted. We don't really know.
So we don't really know. We're just guessing.
Yep. So looking at the standings as they are right now, Pinky's Out Swap is your overall leader with Damson Racing in second. Glazed and Confused is third. 7G Motorsports in fourth place. Simon Says in fifth. Low Bar Racing is sixth right now with Skidmark Racing in seventh. Elite Motors Racing is in eighth. No Panic Racing has moved up into ninth with Freddie Mercury in 10th. And Turbo Tater is in 11th place right now. So that's a quick snapshot, top 10. Feel free to visit Race Monitor, pick up their app in the App Store, go to the website, whatever you'd like to do so that you can keep track of your favorite teams.
EC cars have not fared very well. Our first EC car, I believe, is Five Tails Racing down in 23rd position.
Wow.
D class, it looks like it's being led by Appalachian Analytics. Is that correct?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's the 77
No.
Phoenix.
D is Freddie Mercury. in
Oh, okay.
10.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they're in ninth place. Yeah. Man, they've turned a lot of laps. 435. That is incredible.
Yeah, on this little racetrack, we're going. What's the record we're going for, Doc? Well, we're not going to make it because we're not doing another 24 at.
Yeah, Nelson Ledges. We
this
always
year.
tried to see if we could get to 1,000.
We're trying to get to 1,000, and we got closer last year than the year before. Didn't quite get it done. Too many yellows. 440 laps. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I have to replace the steering rack at the end of this race.
Right.
What were we thinking? Nah, it's all good. It's all good and fun. No, you're welcome, Jenny. Glad I could be of some assistance to somebody out there, huh?
Yeah, we always happy
The
to do
Tippity.
anything, useful.
What's the lap count right now?
435 for Pinky's Out.
I'm showing 440.
Okay, so
am I not
last year
refreshing again?
at the limit, now that was our EC winner, completed 446 laps.
Wow, we're going to definitely beat that. And that was with a red flag, too.
Yep.
Cool.
A refresh does work. 440, yep. They're soaking up all my internet over there.
A little tight there at the exit. But no, I'm not going to fight you on that mirror. I mean, if you're more comfortable with the concave mirror, that's fine. I deal with that all the time. I'm fine with it.
Sweet.
We just got to be careful with it. They're easy to break.
Yeah.
We can put some tape on it. That's one of the methods I've seen. I got to not bonk it with my head when I get in the car, like I did the round 3 car. It doesn't take much to break it. It's like a Pringle shell. It's so brittle and fragile.
Well, the other one, I think it's got a wing mirror in it right now, but there was a couple of spots on the roll cage that needed to be touched up.
Uh-huh.
But the mirror was already in, so Casey decided it'll be fine. And so the welds popped up on there and put little dots all.
Yeah. It's all right. We'll get rid of it. It's if you prefer the other mirror, that's fine. And Jenny said, yeah, that's my dad out there. Hey, that's cool. I'm glad to hear you're supporting your dad as he's out there having some fun on the racetrack. That's cool.
That's awesome that she's keeping up with him, too.
Yeah, I wish my daughter would keep up with what I do. Oh,
I know, right?
Oh, no.
Hey, guys, the cable car just pulled in.
The what?
And there was left front or left side tires on that car.
What, Bill?
The Tater car.
Oh, the Turbo Tater car. Okay, pulled in. And you said there's tires are messed up or something?
Yeah, they're putting left side tires on the car.
Left side tires are going on the car. Okay. Gotcha. All right.
They're currently running in 11th.
You see another car coming into the pits there. Now, less than an hour of racing now to finish up this 12-hour contest at Virginia International Raceway on the South Course. If you're just joining us, it's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, the 12 hours of VIR South. And there's Simon Says up there still turning laps. Simon Says scored in 5th place right now. DC cars really have not been a factor up in the top 10 at all today. They've kind of been
they showed up occasionally, but
we only had a couple of them. So more and more teams migrating over into the A, B, C, D classes, which is what we want, really. I mean, that's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, the EC cars, you're more than welcome to come run with us, but we're not going to talk about you much.
Well, we want cars that prescribe our rules. I mean, like, they go by our rules, yeah. So that everybody's, equally competing against each other. That's kind of what the rules are meant to do. Well, entirely what the rules are meant to do. That keep them safe, yeah. Equal the playing field.
Really? Because I thought the rules were in place just so that I could be faster than everybody else. Isn't that, or at least that's the mindset.
That's your interpretation of the rules. It does that.
Equal the car playing field. Once you put the drivers in, I can bring my fast, hot shoe of Polly.
I got him for NCM.
I'm looking forward to it, my friend. Looking forward to it. Hoping that I can
I'll
do
put a
some
passenger
good.
seat and make him coach me.
I'd be happy to do that. That'd be fun. I've got a message coming that the 441. I gotta find my sheet. I'm ill prepared, Tiffany.
Actually, I don't have that one. All I have the 442 is Turbo Tater. I don't have 441. I have 411, but that's RVA, and they've been gone.
I don't even think they started that car.
Maybe he mistyped that or something but there's something about a car in the pits with a bad wheel bearing.
Oh, we said Turbo. Oh, it's supposed to be Tater. Yeah, so it's 4.
Oh, it's 440.
442.
The 442 would be that, yeah.
Or they just may be wrong on my sheet too. That happens.
That's the other 441.
Right.
He spelled it out for us. It's Turbo Tater. So they got a wheel bearing.
Well, he tried to.
Are you in?
He uses that voice to text, and it's hysterical sometimes.
Yeah, I even got a photo for you Turbo Tater fans, and I'm going to show it to you just because. Ta-da! There you go. So they're working on that wheel bearing. This is so common in Champ Car. So common. Those wheel bearing failures.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they typically don't last more than several races.
Yep. And Elon's team does a cool thing. They just pull the whole hub at once and put it back on. They can swap that thing in no time. I mean, we have been off the track for less than 15 minutes and we're back on track.
Oh, yeah.
It just blew my mind. I was like, "You go, boy." That is the way that is done. Right
Most
there.
E30 teams have an unofficial competition on replacing rocker arms.
Oh. Y'all have gotten plenty of practice at that, haven't you, Doc?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got that one down. The team is working on an automation system for those where we just whistle.
They automatically load themselves.
Yeah.
I'm sure Jay's going to be really confused when you show up at Tech with zippers on your engine bay.
Yeah, really.
Like, what the heck? Is this even a good idea?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what MotoGeek is saying. They said that would be Formula One. Wow, are these race suspensions?
No, they're not race suspensions.
No, they're
Not at
just
all.
slightly warmed over stock suspensions.
Suspensions, yeah.
Slightly
Nothing.
warmed over. Yeah, I like that. But you don't make any laps if you're in the pit, so you need to like get that stuff switched if it gets, if it breaks.
Now, this is
Or is it
grassroots
going?
motorsports racing. I mean, these are a lot of the components they're using original equipment stuff for a lot of their suspension. They might, change the bushings to something that's more stiff to eliminate some of that body roll. I think engineers call it compliance for some reason. But anyway, that's yeah. In fact, we got this great series that Drew Nab did, these tech tips, whatever, and he goes through and talks about all that stuff. But no, it's mostly original equipment, suspension parts, and then some guys that
just
go
get
and change
really
the
good at it
springs.
through repetition.
Yeah. It's nothing like Le Mans where they come in, they can change the calipers and everything real quick, and they've got all the disconnect stuff on there, and their brakes cost thousands of dollars, and carbon fiber, this and that. It's nothing like that at all.
Not at all.
Nope, there's some teams out there who can do some pretty quick pad changes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not going to stop us from pretending.
Yeah, exactly.
We're still going to try to do it as quickly as possible, right? And get back out there.
Yeah. Some people are just really gifted for that, to work on the car at the racetrack. Bill is really good at that stuff. That's kind of his wheelhouse, I think, is working on the race car at the racetrack and finding a solution.
That's a compliment.
Well, yeah, it is. I mean, finding a way to make a CV axle out of toothpicks and rubber bands and get the car back out there. I don't know how he does it, but if you're in a bind and you need something figured out, he's probably going to be able to give you some ideas of which direction to go to make it work. And it's a talent, that's for sure. There's a gifting there.
One time we took a spare axle with us to, I guess it was Daytona. And, the front-wheel drive cars use those up like toilet paper. And we got there, we needed it. We went to swap it out, and they had given us the automatic version versus the one with the 5-speed. Yeah. So it did not fit, but we needed the end. So we ended up cutting it and welding it with a sleeve that we stole off the bike peg off my husband's bicycle.
Awesome.
And finished the race.
Yeah, I was talking to one of my
Insanity.
teammates at one of the tracks, and they talked about there's been quite a few Porta-Johns that came up missing springs and framework around the doors, the flashing that they use, because there were situations where extreme measures were taken. And they needed
Some measures were taken.
Yeah. Yeah, that spring they put on the doors?
Mhm.
They make an excellent throttle return spring, by the way.
Good to know.
Well, of course, there's stories about, spectators' cars.
Did we lose you there, Doc?
No, just spectators' cars being ripped off for parts.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that picture we had at the one race, it's been a few years. And it was actually their own donor car, but they had put a note on the door or on the windshield said, "We owe you one transmission." It was just too good.
My very first Champ Car race, the car that someone was running, their wife had the same car, and they went and stole a bunch of parts out of the car, and they were like, well, we have to put these back at the end of the race so she can drive home.
Yeah. Well, Andrew...
Well, of course, if you're ever in the military, you know that any container anything comes in that they want you to keep, it says reusable container, do not destroy. Mm-hmm. So anytime we had one of our jets went down and it looked like it was going to be a long-term project to get it back in the air, you want to cover the canopy because polishing scratches out of the canopy is tough work because you have to use like 80,000 grit sandpaper, and trust me, there is such a thing.
So, Doc, at Miramar Naval Air Station in the late 70s, they found an F-8 Crusader sitting on the back of one of the hangars, and it had been stripped of everything. Problem was, it was supposed to be an active airplane, not all stripped down. That was at Miramar.
Right. So we had one plane that took a barricade. The tail hook didn't come down, so it went into a barricade. It strips all the PDOT tubes off of the plane. And anyway, so we covered the canopy in heavy-duty craft paper, and somebody wrote on it, reusable container, do not destroy.
Yeah, Andrew intentionally drives the same model streetcar to the racetrack if he can, saw another Saab, so that they can take parts off of it at the racetrack if they need it.
Just in case.
Yeah. It's crazy. We did this race at here in Fort Wayne, and he rolls in this Saab. It's like
grocery getter, right?
Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah. But oh my gosh, and we needed several cars to keep those cars on the track. Those cars were a basket case at the end of that race. Man, that was unbelievable. It was interesting. It was fun. But your stints are, believe it or not, the stints were 6 hours long because you didn't run out of fuel. The car, I mean, it was just, you would be out there forever. And I'm serious. Our stints were about 6.5 hours long.
I can't imagine. I mean,
going in a circle. Yep. Fortunately, I didn't have to take any of those stints. I took a shorter stint at the end. They were
you
pretty
were
tired.
Working. We did a broadcast that same day.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I went out after the broadcast. I went out there and walked in the pit area, and they were all huddled up with the dew settling, and it was like this out. It was like in the 40s or something, or the 50s, and the dew was coming down, so they were pretty miserable. I think Robin Bank and one other guy were the only two that were conscious. Everybody else was passed out in the truck. And then there was me, who was pretty fresh because I had taken a quick nap after the race. And I was ready to go. They were miserable.
Like fresh reinforcements.
It's a 24-hour race. They were miserable. Yeah, that was a fun race. It was interesting, and we won. And we took first and third. The car I was driving, we had an intercooler failure, so we didn't have the turbo. But I still got third.
That's awesome.
And that's with all the extra melee pit stops of, oh my gosh, how are we going to get this thing back out there? Oh, there we go, Doc.
So there it is. That was 45 years ago.
Crazy.
Did they tattoo that on your bottom too?
What? What kind of question is that?
You know, the military kind of uses you up, keeps using you up, right?
Yeah.
So they mark you as a human too.
Doc, I find that to be an interesting question. You should answer that one.
We're not talking about my butt.
We're not going there.
Number one, I have no butt. Got that Italian.
I mean, I didn't mean your actual butt, but I'm like on your,
You mean figuratively?
Figuratively, that's where you put something of a patent number or something on.
You have to prove it with pictures.
Maybe your emergency bracelet. I don't know.
Yeah, Mike, and that's exactly what we're talking about. It's a great story. Saying at MIS in 2013, we took the right front strut knuckle, lower control arm, and CV axle off my son's daily driver Focus and put it on the race car to finish. And then when we got done, we put the car on the trailer, jacked it up, took all that stuff off, put it back on the street car to get him home.
Yeah, that's how it's done sometimes.
It's great. That's fantastic. I think it's fun. Too funny. All right, so we're at the, we got a half hour left in this race.
Dun, 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 dun.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's right. This is when the drama starts right here. This is when the drivers start hearing all the noises and, oh, man, there's something wrong with this car. What's going on?
Don't you wish we could pipe something into their car?
Just to mess with them?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They would hate us badly. It would not go well. But
Come on, they probably... Well, the drivers don't hate us because chances are they aren't listening to us.
No, but they would if they would be hating us if we piped something into their cars.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But and the drivers are, everybody's tired. They've been here all day. They're racing deep into the night here, and this is when the mistakes can happen. It's still a very busy racetrack out there. So we'll see what happens over the next 30 minutes. Stay with us. It's Champ Car Live. Back in a moment. It's Champ Car Live. Yeah, brought to you by AutoZone. Back in a moment.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
All right, guys, this is it. The last 30 minutes before the end of the race here at Virginia International Raceway. It's
Show and
all
tell time.
coming down to this. Yes, it is definitely show and tell time, because this is what all the teams have worked so hard for this last half hour to determine the winner of this race. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of teams that are doing really well here tonight that are thrilled to finish in the positions where they're going to finish in as well. So it's not just about the guy that takes the main prize. Number 42.
Glazed and Confused is going to be happy.
It's like the No Panic Racing axles, left side, rear. CV boots came loose. They're fixing. And they're very hot.
10th place right now.
So they're fixing that.
Team Tidy Whitey, I think this is going to be a pretty good finish for them in 12th place. Freddie Mercury with a top 10 right now. That's a relatively new build, new car in Champ Car.
Looks like the bolts are stinking hot on that CV axle and trying to get that apart, fix that boot, get it put back together again. This is something you typically do on the workbench in a well-lit shop. This isn't something you want to do at the racetrack. And here they are getting it done.
At the racetrack.
They're getting it done. Oh, it looks like it's the bolts that came loose on the CV, not the boot. So, yeah, they're having to deal with the bolts, which on a lot of these CV axles, they'll put a thread lock on there. It's a material that goes on wet, but it solidifies after you tighten it down, and it helps keep those bolts from coming loose from walking back out. And of course,
theoretically.
If they do come back out, then you get big problems. It can do a lot of damage, certainly bend up those bolts, so you're in trouble. Even if you had them all, to get them back in there, you're actually supposed to torque them down. Some of them, they require a specific pattern. So this is really an issue there. On the BMW E36, it's an inverted Torques, so you got to have a socket for that. It's not a bit. There's a lot to it that's going on here for these guys, and they're trying to get that Porsche put back together and get it out there. It just depends on how it's set up.
You just needed to last another half an hour.
Yeah.
How tough can it be?
Really? I mean, are we asking that much?
It's only been 11 and a half hours.
You had one job, right?
Yeah, exactly. Come on.
Oh, shoot.
It's so much easier to do it here sitting in my chair.
That's why we are doing this instead of that.
Not 46 degrees.
That's right.
My fingers aren't frozen.
Right.
Or burnt.
Or bleeding.
Or bleeding.
And I got to say that Porsche is standing pretty tall with that green livery, too. I like it.
I like it a lot. Yeah, it stands out nicely.
Looks really good with the light coming over the top there, and it's just a great shot.
And then it has, it's a good-looking car.
And you got the glow lights underneath it there. You know, got the whole thing going on. Look, got the smile there from the tire on the side. That's cool. Cool cars.
Oh, the donut on the side?
Yeah.
I was like, a smile? What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Smile? What smile?
Yeah, it's like a smile. It's like an upside
It's
down.
like a smile upside down.
Yeah. The smiles.
Little Robin.
So, Tiffany, at your house, could you hear the series running at Barber today?
You might have to repeat yourself.
Could you hear the series running at Barber today?
Yes, this morning a little bit,
Okay.
but not a lot.
Yeah.
Last weekend, I think it was, or the weekend before, Resume was out there. We could hear them.
Yeah. Well, the Ferraris were out at Road Atlanta now. That's like an hour away from me. So no way I heard them. But the Formula One cars, when they've got the Ferraris at Road Atlanta, you can hear them all around the track.
That's awesome.
It was pretty awesome. I went out there for that 2 years ago when they had that out there.
When Indy's here, we can hear them the whole time.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
Bliss Racing out there, still getting it done. Still turning laps out there. Full Sun Motorsports in 18th place right now. Queen City Racing in their Mini, they're in 20th. And Appalachian Analytical, they're in 23rd. Bliss Racing is in 28th spot right now overall. Winsome Racing in 29th.
About 100 laps down to the leader.
Yeah. Still out there cranking out laps.
Yep.
I mean, there's only, there weren't that many D-Class cars in the field. I think there was only a couple. I can't
4 or
remember.
5 or something?
Yeah, it was something like that. And Freddie Mercury, I think, is leading that class. I'm going from memory because I don't have Race Hero anymore, but I think Freddie Mercury is the lead D-Class car.
Yeah.
Yeah, last I checked, they're in 9th.
Looks like
So
we
they
get
would be leading D-Class, yeah.
a message from Bill that the Race Bar Dingo is in for fuel. Number 998, the Race Bar entry.
It's like there were 5 D-Class cars, unofficially.
The race bar car has turned 306 laps.
Yeah, it didn't start out well for them. They weren't really turning too many laps, but they apparently got that car back out there and spent most of the day racing with us. So that's great. 461 laps turned so far.
Well, knowing Race Bar, they might not have won the race, but they sure won the party.
Yeah, they're having a good time. Did Virginia Tech have a team for this race? The answer is yes, I believe so. And I know they started out running with us with that Subaru, and they traded in that Subaru. Look down to the field and see where they ended up.
Grand Touring was as 39th.
There you go. VT Grand Touring 39th. They brought a Honda Civic, a 99 Civic. So there you go. They used to have that burgundy Subaru Impreza. And looks like, Bill's telling me they just left pit lane. So they're, yeah. Yep. Okay. So they just left the pits. Bill said they broke a tire. I don't know how you break a tire, but he said they broke a tire.
Maybe the wheel?
I don't know. Well, tires have
They're
belts.
college kids.
I bet you Bill could break a tire.
They'll find a way. They'll find a way. They're back out there racing, so.
My mom used to say I could break a steel ball.
Ouch.
Probably a tire wouldn't be not that difficult. You got to stick with your strengths.
Mm-hmm. There's a picture of them working on that. The tire's down.
Ooh.
Getting in there. Good job, guys. Got to get in there after it. About 17 minutes till conclusion of the race here at VIR. 12 continuous hours of endurance road racing. We had a quick break, a red flag, when the NLS racing team got in contact with the Bimmer line. BMW lost control of their car, and that was just enough to cause the car to send it into a roll. The car rolled over several times before coming to a rest in between turns 8 and 9 over there in Oak Tree. Driver was okay. Car is written off, safe to say. Car's not doing so good. Job. Yeah, but the roll cage, everything did its job. But Ray said the seat, everything's toast inside that car. But took care of the driver, and driver's okay. So.
Any other college teams? Not at this race. University of Georgia was with us at Road Atlanta. Mm-hmm. The Utah Valley guys made it up to Sonoma. Mm-hmm. Quite a long tow for them.
Yeah. They had such a good race at Utah, winning that race, and that it was kind of a 1-2 deal for that event too. We had the Bandits team won their first race in Champ Car, but Utah had never raced before. So they came up there with a new team and won the race. That was insane.
Unlike the last lap.
Yeah, on the last lap, right.
Somebody ran out of gas.
It was Cremaster.
And they went from second to first, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was Cremaster was running out of fuel. Mm-hmm. They weren't sure they were even going to make it to the start-finish line to win the race. So they were just barely pedaling along. Didn't realize that they were being stalked.
Chased down, yeah.
They were being chased down on that last lap, and oh boy, Utah passes them, takes the checkered flag, and I guess Cremaster said they had a little bit of extra fuel. They could have pushed a little harder. They just didn't catch it on the strategy.
They didn't realize that Utah was coming that hard?
No. No, they was surprised. It's unfortunate. Had a little more fuel than he thought he had, and but those guys at Cremaster have such a great attitude. They just on to the next race. We'll go have some fun over there. It's cool.
But
Cremaster travels pretty much all over the country with us. We've seen them at Charlotte.
It's great.
I like watching the kids do well.
Oh, it's fun, and to see the electricity in their eyes when they get done, it's like, oh man, this was great, We had so much fun.
I hope they know it's all downhill from here.
That's how
I remember when I was that passionate.
Yeah, that's how it gets you. You have one good race at the beginning, and then
it's like playing golf. You always hit that one good shot on 18, and it's like, damn it,
I'm sucked in. Yep.
Less than 15 minutes remain unofficially in the race here at VIR. Got to thank everybody.
Of course, I have high hopes for NCM this year.
Well, yeah.
They're doing so well there last year.
Yeah, absolutely. As well you should. I'm excited to see what the new Brew Crew machine's going to be able to do. You know, you guys, you got Arjun on your team, you got Matt, you got these guys that are really know how to put an E30 together.
Yep, backup Barry.
And how to make it handle. And I know those guys are excited about putting this car together, so we'll see what we get, huh?
I know they've been working hard, like virtually every night. They go over to Matt's office, his shop, and put together, 4 or 5 hours. So
it's not going to be easy. You know, we're going to have crank anchors out there. Visceral Racing Group's going to be out there.
Oh, yeah. RVA.
I don't think Tuttle won't go there, but
901 will be there.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be a really tough race, but that's going to make it exciting, though.
Yeah,
that'll be part of the fun. If you can beat those guys, you can handle anybody.
Yeah.
Doc, is the other the other guy McCord? Is he bringing his car?
No, Mike McCourt's not going to bring his car. His next race, their next race is Charlotte.
Okay.
So he's got that 200 with the M50 swap in it. They had a good run at Road Atlanta. Finished the race.
Yeah, they were doing really well. Then they had some kind of mechanical there towards the end, right?
Yeah, they beat us by one position.
Man.
Yeah, kids.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know how hard this is.
I think RVA is going to be there too, aren't they, Doc?
I believe so, yeah.
I think I remember seeing that in the listing.
Yeah, in fact, I know they are because they're going to bring a decal up for me.
Gotcha.
I lost my Indy event decal.
Oh.
So, and if you notice on the website where you ordered your decals, you can order those event decals from them. Mm-hmm. And I ordered one, but they sent me the Road Atlanta one. It's like, hey guys, hate to bug you, but I don't know what I did with the Indy one, but we slap them on our trailer door. Mm-hmm. All the events that we've done. So let's see. Looking over them, 901 Motorsports, BBY is going to be there with their Boxster build.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Birmingham's going to be there.
Yep.
We know those guys. Cone Crushers, Crank Anchors, Danger, E-Racing is going to be there.
Yeah, let me get you that
sticker.
Chunk, all the cool kids will be there.
Yeah, all the cool kids. Leviathan's going to be there. Milan's going to be there. Biohazard.
So
NCM's got an entry.
There's your gaps, Margaret. Good question. I appreciate you bringing that up because I've forgotten about it since I didn't have my race hero, but I can show through Race Monitor. There you can see what some of the gaps are. The difference really. 2 laps, 16 seconds, 8 laps, 10 laps, 45 seconds. So pretty close between Damson and Gleason confused. There's the gaps there, so I hope that's helpful to you.
Parts Badger, RPM, RVA, Schumacher.
I think I can scroll. This is all coming right off of Race Monitored. Bill said they just had a Boxster go by the front straightaway. Sound like a rod was ready to let go on that car.
Man, I was surprised you could decipher that. I was still trying to figure out what that said.
Oh.
I was like, just had a Boxster.
Yeah, the way it's spelled and everything. Wood is W-O-D.
Yeah, that's Bill's
Would let go.
voice to text. It takes some getting used to, Tiffany, but you'll get the hang of it.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
So there you have it. It's about and just this time they went by.
I bet you
one
can
lap
read
is the
that,
gap between P1 and P2. Okay. So I'm just keeping an eye on me transitioning you back. There you can see the gap is 2 laps, but just a second ago it was 1 lap, and that's as they come by that start-finish line. It'll keep flipping back and forth, so the gap is actually more like a lap.
Yeah, like I said, yeah. On a cell phone, you have to scroll over to the right to see the gaps.
Right. Okay.
Depending on your screen size.
I've forgotten how to use it. It's been so long.
I know. It's like, wait a minute. This doesn't do that.
There's a little thing on the top you can click and make it do by classes, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Let me see how to. Now that's.
It's a little weird box. That's a little it looks like a Lego.
Yeah, but that's.
Is that it?
Let me see what that.
There's one of them. Oh, no, maybe it's the one beside the Lego.
It makes a change, but I think it changes from clock to something else.
It's the 4 little lines.
Yeah, the 4 lines.
I'll have to play with it.
You'll go blind.
So, hey guys, what position is the best Boxster in? Well, I think it was.
There was no panic before.
Yeah, and they then they had to go into the pits, so I'm not sure.
They're 12th right now.
So that's probably it. No panic. Yep. And I don't know. They lost a little bit because of that CV axle bolt issue.
Let's see, there were the 2 flat 6 cars, no panic, and there was one more, right? Oh, okay.
NVM. I don't see that.
Maybe it's just the 3 Boxsters then. Yeah, that's what it looks like, just the 3, yeah. The other Porsche was a 944.
Low bar racing here. And their 94 BMW, most likely an E36 then. Sliding that clutch in. Try and get away from that as much as you can. It just, the more sliding on that clutch, the harder it is on it.
So the other Boxster is in 16th place. So you have 12th and 16th. And the other one's way down, like 40 something.
Well, Pinky's out has this race dang near won. Cars don't have to be running at the end.
Right.
ChampCar.
Right. You're just acquiring laps.
Yep.
So
make it to the end.
He's got about one more lap he needs to do. With 130. Oh, actually, he's got about 4 laps to go.
Yeah, the laps aren't barely more than a minute.
Yeah, a minute and a half.
Yeah. I was wondering if they're going to make 500, but it doesn't look like it.
We were talking to Mike Chiswick a little bit earlier on the broadcast. He's pretty pleased the way this season has opened up with all of the sold-out races we have here throughout this month. We've had some really great turnout and growth. Seems like they're growing every year, but it's just really encouraging, isn't it?
So next time you see Mike, give him a big hug.
Yeah. Just don't tell him we told you to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
He loves public displays of affection.
What position is the D class? I can't do the scrolling thing you're saying from this.
D class is Freddie Mercury Racing in 9th place. That's at Mercury Capri.
Yeah.
A relatively new team that we just saw at Road Atlanta.
Yep, in the second D class.
It's a good-looking car, too.
Appalachian Analytics.
It's painted like the Mercur XRT1s, something like that. That's a lot of brain cells to go.
Yeah. That sounds right.
Me of anyway.
That sounds right.
That raced in IMSA. IMSA or Trans Am? Again, that was a lot of brain cells ago.
Yeah, I'm sorry, folks, about the pylon being down. It's the Race Hero system itself. Their service is offline for some reason, so I apologize. We don't have that cycling, timing, and scoring pylon that everybody likes and is used to watching that. Next time we're online, next time we're broadcasting, we might have it running for NCM. So we'll see. I don't know. There's not much we can do about it. We've got the tools on our end, but if their system is down, there's not much we can do about
AJ
that.
Allen says it's the XR4 Ti.
Okay.
Trying to remember the drivers. Tom Gloy? I don't know.
All right. Final minutes of the race here, folks. Bill says this is the final lap of the race.
Yeah, Ryan says, love the big engine D-class cars. They don't seem to do well in Champ Car, though. Well, it's the fuel consumption is going to hurt them. They've just got to stop too often to feed those big thirsty engines.
Oh, now I'm getting a message. It's 2 to go. 2 to go. So
the D-class cars, their best chance is going to be the 7-hour races.
Right.
Oh, so they can get those fuel stops done. Yeah, without having to get so many extra fuel stops. Good point. Because we just don't have any shorter races. 7 hours is it. But final closing laps here for Pinky's Out, as they're vying for this win out here after coming off a strong season last year. Will they be able to win the race here today? Things are looking good for them. And we're watching the tower. Looks like there's the one to go. They're not using a white flag. It's just a finger in the air. One to go for the close of this 12-hour race at Virginia International Raceway. As Pinky's Out, Glazed and Confused, Damson Racing are crossing the start-finish line. Here's Pinky's Out. The final lap. Working their way through the S's here for the final time.
Suspense is killing me.
Looks like they've come down through turn 5. So heading through 6. Working up through the gears, following some cars, but doesn't look like he's looking to make any passes now. Not going to take any chances as they go into turn 8 for the last time. Round Oak Tree as they now come into view of the tower. And there is the tower just up ahead on the front straightaway. And after 12 hours of continuous endurance road racing here at Virginia International Raceway, it is going to be Pinky's Out taking the win, with Glazed and Confused in their Miata capturing second place and Damson Racing finishing third. The checkered flag is in the air, and to the victor goes the spoils. And this time it's going to be Pinky's Out, the number 246, the swap car. And congratulations to a race that was well fought for that team. Behind Damson Racing, it's going to be 7G Motorsport. Simon Says in 5th place. Then it's Low Bar Racing, Skidmark Racing, Elite Motorsports in 8th, Freddie Mercury in 9th, and Pinky's Out in 10th, the number 146. Pretty amazing finish after some of the problems that they had throughout the day.
Very amazing.
So looking back through the field here, I'll try to give you, I'm going to look at this and see if I can discern what the classes are. I'm not sure I can do that from a web browser.
I think that's Glazed and Confused best finish ever. They had a third and a fourth at 18 in Pittsburgh on Sunday.
Yeah, Glazed and Confused being a Miata, that they would take the A-class win.
Harbor.
Okay. Glazed and Confused would take the A-class win.
Yep.
And I'm thinking
Freddie Mercury takes D.
Freddie Mercury would take D.
Mm-hmm.
Pinky's
and B
out
goes
take
to
C.
Simon Says.
Oh, is that a B class? Okay. Great. So congratulations to those teams. I'll go ahead and move down the list here so everybody can kind of see where the other teams are finishing, but checkered flag still in the air as these teams are finishing up their 12-hour race. And wow, what an incredible race for Pinky's Out as they finish 1st and 10th with their sister car.
Yeah, big congratulations to those guys.
Appalachian Analytical in that Pontiac finishes 26th. Then it's Winsome Racing, broke in 60 seconds. That's the team that led the race earlier today. Ratchet Racing, Five Tails in 30th. Broke Ass Racing in 31st. Race Bar, Sparrow Speed, NLS, After Dark Speed, Where's John, DLR, VT Grand Touring, Hound Dogs in 39th. CMP Racing in 40th. Red Roosters, Kirby Road Racing, SCW Motorsports. Bimmerline is back in 43rd. Flat 6 Racing in the 987. And the rest of these cars have likely been retired for quite some time.
So over on YouTube, we're getting lots of congratulations and that sort of thing. Thanks, guys. Everybody did great. And Ryan is asking, do we have an online store for Champ Car merchandise?
Yes, we do.
Oh,
There's the swag.
I do?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't see it anymore. I was just over there looking.
No, I was just on there a little while ago, and it was only been a couple days, and I saw a link for it.
I see.
I think
Make
it's
your
in the
team come alive
in the store. They
I
have.
know we always have it out at the race. You know, each race.
Let me see if I can come back. And maybe they don't. I thought I saw it a few days ago, but if you guys don't see it, I imagine it's not there. I went to the store and then I thought that it was in there, but I must be mistaken. So you'll have to come to the track and you'll have to come race with us or come volunteer.
Oh, well, hang on a second. Yeah.
It's got to be somewhere.
Yeah, I don't see it. I see the store to order your panels and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I see how to order a full driver's kit from a kit that Discovery Parts has put together for us. But I don't see the store anymore.
No, Pete Halsmer and Scott Pruitt were driving that Mercure.
Okay. I remember them.
I don't know, Margaret, what the C-class order of finish is because I can't decipher it.
I can tell you.
Can you figure it out? All right. We'll figure it out.
C-class. First place is Pinky Out Swap. Second place is Damson Racing. Third place is 7G Motorsports. First, second, third. Yeah. Low Bar, then Skidmark, Elite Motors, Pinky's Out Aero, and then Team Tidy Whitey, and then No Panic Racing. That's your C-class order.
Round 2 is the next one.
Yeah, round 2, flat 6
race. Yeah.
Dip of, Full Sin Motorsports, Winsome, Ratchet, and then Race Bar and NLS, Hound Dogs, Red Roosters, Curvy Road Racing, SCW, Bimmerline, Flat 6, the other car, HWD Racing, RVA Graphics and Wraps, and the last one is SCW Motorsports in C-class. There.
Mike chimed in Jenner when she was the guy.
Right, Jenner drove with them too. There you go.
It was IMSA, yeah.
It's broken
Roush, yeah, Roush campaigned those cars.
So there, now you can see what the running is and the different classes. You can see behind the team name is the class. Turbo Tater in 13th. There's a B class car, but Simon Says is the first B class car. Glazen's Confused is the first A class car. Of course, Pinky's Out is C class. And then, of course, Freddie Mercury, as we already mentioned, is your D class winner. And there will not be an EC trophy awarded because there were only 2 entered in the field, but it's that 17107 that apparently crossed the line first or took the most laps for EC.
So Ryan says, pass it on to Mike. Would love to buy some Champ Car merchandise. We always have merchandise at the race if you can get by and see us, Ryan.
Yeah.
Or just send us an email and we maybe could work something out. I don't know.
Yeah, send one to info@ChampCar.
info@ChampCar.org. If not, we could probably drop some stuff off at Discovery and let them sell it. Something.
Yep. So there you have it, folks. That is the wrap up to the 14 hours at VIR South with Pinky's Out Swap taking the win. Wow,
hey
that's
guys.
a pretty good start to the season for them.
Hey, real quick, you got me there?
Yep.
Okay, real quick, we'll have a store opened up here soon where everybody can get a Champ Car swag. We just got to finish setting it up. I've been working on that for a couple of weeks now. So we'll have that up here soon so you guys can get your swag. So no reason to email info. We'll have all that up there. T-shirts, cups, all kinds of stuff.
All right. So there you go. All kinds of stuff you can
go do interviews because Huggins guys are already starting to pop the beers open here. So I'll talk to you guys later. We will not be transmitting a show at Harris Hill next weekend, but we will be back at NCM for the full show. So
we talked about
thanks,
that.
Guys. You guys rocked it today.
Yep.
My talented group of announcers, Paulie, Tiffany, and that guy named Doc.
All right, Bill. Thank you. Appreciate your time today and your efforts out there. And thanks, folks, for joining us here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Thanks for joining us on the show. And we'll have another show. We're going to be running from NCM in a couple of weeks. So make sure you tune in and see us there. So for Doc Waldrop, Tiffany Alexander, and Bill Strong, I'm Paul Veltum. And we will see you in just a couple of weeks. So have a good night, everybody, and thank you. Take care.
Bye.